perspective, is there anything else that we need to attend to as a preliminary matter before we begin the actual hearing?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
All right. Denver defendant?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Colorado defendant?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Mr. McNulty, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Just a brief one, Your Honor.
Sure.
I won't bore the court. I guess I can do it from here.
You can do it from there. Counsel can do it from where they're seated. I would ask you to stand as you're doing, or you can take the lectern too. As you wish. Go ahead.
Sure. Thanks, Your Honor. This court, it knows the law. It knows what this case is about. But there are four separate claims the court will give evidence on, and on which you can order relief. I want to point those four claims out so that the court is listening into that evidence throughout the hearing. And the first is the Fourth Amendment claim, and that's that Denver seized and unreasonably destroyed plaintiff's property. The court will hear evidence that this happened routinely, and it happened to property that was unabandoned and uncontaminated. So that's the first claim. The second claim is that Denver violated its homeless residents' 14th Amendment procedural due process rights by not giving adequate notice before seizing property and destroying property and not allowing for retrieval of that property. So that's the second claim. The third claim relates to the Lyle versus Denver settlement agreement, and that the court will hear evidence relating to that and how Denver routinely destroyed, again, homeless folks' property and did so without giving the adequate 7 days notice, and that there was no public health and safety justification for not providing notice. And the last claim that I think the court can order the broadest relief based on is the 14th Amendment substantive due process claim, that plaintiffs claim that Denver violated their due process rights by continuing to clear their encampments during COVID-19. This court will hear evidence that Denver knew that public guidance countenanced against clearing these sweeps, clearing the encampments, and that it knew that these sweeps placed unhoused individuals in greater danger, both by dispersing them throughout the community and by pushing them into congregate shelters. Your Honor, ultimately, we're experiencing a twin pandemic here in Denver. The first pandemic that we've been experiencing for the last decade is homelessness. It's only been exacerbated.
I'm sure it's older than 10.
It's been getting worse in the last 10 years. And it's only been exacerbated by COVID-19. The second pandemic is obviously the COVID-19 pandemic. We've seen how the COVID-19 pandemic has reordered our lives. We're sitting here in court today with masks on because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Denver rightly has taken a lot of steps to stop the spread of COVID-19. It's shuttered some businesses because they're too risky to remain open. It's limited houses of worship. It's stopped the exercise of some fundamental rights, even to an extent, because the public health risk is so important. Yet when it comes to our unhoused neighbors, it has gone against public health guidance. Now, all we're asking the court to do is follow the science and follow the law, and instead of fanning the flames of the pandemic, ordered Denver to comply with the public health guidance and authority. So, thank you, Your Honor. We look forward to presenting our case.
All right, thank you, sir. Any opening remarks from the Denver defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Shea.
Thank you. The COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in unprecedented hardships for Denver and its residents. Throughout this pandemic, Denver's local public health authority, the Department of Public Health and Environment, DDPHE, has continuously worked to protect and support its vulnerable population, including people experiencing homelessness. Denver is aware of CDC guidance regarding encampments during COVID-19. And at the start of this pandemic, Denver left encampments in place, monitoring the conditions and not disrupting them. However, you will hear today and tomorrow the conditions of some of the large encampments can significantly and dangerously deteriorated to the point that DDPHE was required to act to protect public health and environment for all. The CDC guidance does not address such extenuating circumstances. It is up to Denver's local public health authority to determine how to best proceed. And DDPHE officials will explain to the court the risks they balanced prior to reaching any determination that the campus in the city posed such significant public health and safety risks that area restrictions were necessary. The encampments needed to be dispersed in order to remediate the conditions to protect the public health and safety of everyone. And because of the clear threat that some of the encampments have presented, and encampments may continue to present to the public health and environment overall, DDPHE and Denver must continue to have that flexibility that is necessary to address those dangerous conditions as deemed appropriate, especially during this pandemic. Plaintiffs challenge the appropriateness of area restrictions, DDPHE issues, as well as encumbrance cleanups conducted by Dottie. They challenge the timing and the type of notice, dispute whether storage for personal belongings was offered, contend that CDC guidance should be mandatory and Denver should be forced to comply with it, and contend that property was summarily seized and destroyed by the city. And during this hearing, the city is also going to put on evidence to show you that there was notice for DDPHE area restrictions, there was notice provided for Dottie encumbrance cleanup. People living in encampments were given a reasonable opportunity to package their belongings and leave the area. And storage was offered, and they were also offered to be connected to services. And yes, city employees will tell you that property was destroyed either because individuals in those encampments told them that it could be, or because they determined that the property posed a public health or safety risk. Such factual disputes don't demonstrate that plaintiffs are entitled to a preliminary injunction. Those factual disputes are more appropriately determined at a trial. Plaintiffs' contentions really, when you look at them, aren't raising constitutional issues, but rather go to the heart of whether Denver has violated the terms of the Lyle Settlement Agreement. Plaintiffs cannot meet their burden of establishing entitlement to a preliminary injunction under the circumstances of the case, especially based upon the types of relief they are seeking from this court, which includes seeking to have Denver enjoined from addressing encampments until the pandemic has ended, no matter what public health or safety risks those encampments might present. DDKG serves an important and critical public health function, and the decisions Denver has made during this pandemic have not violated constitutional rights. Since no constitutional rights have been violated, the Denver respectfully requests that the court deny the motion for preliminary injunction. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any opening statement or remarks from the Colorado defendant?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Goldman.
To obtain an injunction against the governor, the plaintiffs must prove they are suffering an irreparable harm that is being caused by the governor. There's no evidence in this case that an injunction against the governor is necessary to prevent an injury to the plaintiff, and the governor does not anticipate that the plaintiffs will be able to satisfy their burden of proof to show that an injunction is necessary. Plaintiffs do repeatedly lump the state and city defendants together, but in this hearing, the court must look at the facts against each of the defendants. The court must determine whether there is an ongoing or probable injury caused by each defendant that warrants an injunction against that person. Now, plaintiff's opening statement was telling. In it, counsel identified 4 different claims, each one against the city of Denver, and the plaintiff's counsel indicated that they would be asking the court for an injunction ordering Denver to comply with public health guidance. Plaintiffs here are challenging a local camping ban. The suit does not challenge a state law, a state regulation, or a state enforcement action. The suit does not challenge decisions made by the governor about moving large homeless encampments, because those decisions are not being made at the state level. Decisions about camping by groups of large persons experiencing homelessness are made at the local level. The evidence at this hearing will be about local ordinances and local zoning laws. The only event at issue in this suit in which some state employees were involved was the cleanup of Lincoln Park on July 29th. The governor expects the evidence to be undisputed that the governor did not decide to sweep Lincoln Park on that day. This was a decision made by Denver. It was the Denver public health order that prompted the sweep, and Denver took the lead. The governor didn't cause the sweep, he didn't plan the sweep, he didn't direct anyone to participate in the sweep, and he didn't direct the actions of state employees that day. State employees provided only limited support in the form of security through the state patrol and the erection of a fence and some additional cleanup by contractors required by the state to repair the park. The governor does not expect that there will be evidence presented of wrongful conduct by state troopers or the state contractors in Lincoln Park. Instead, evidence will show that troopers treated people with respect and even assisted people in moving their belongings. But if there is any evidence of wrongful conduct, plaintiffs have a remedy for that in this case, a money damages claim against the particular officer who engaged in a wrongful act. A preliminary injunction is not a remedy for a single incident of past harm. Any discrete acts in a single past event may be remedied with a 1983 claim, not with an injunction against the governor. The governor's lack of involvement results in the jurisdictional defects that were identified by the governor in his response to the plaintiff's motion for preliminary injunction. Plaintiffs lack standing to obtain an injunction against the governor because they cannot demonstrate an injury from the governor's conduct. The plaintiffs must show there is an actual and imminent threat of harm from the governor's conduct in order to have standing, and here that is not present. For the same reason, the governor is entitled to 11th Amendment immunity. The only state defendant in this preliminary injunction proceeding is the governor in his official capacity. Ordinarily, official capacity defendants are immune from suit in federal court. A plaintiff may avoid the 11th Amendment only when there is an ongoing violation of federal law. Here there is no ongoing violation because the governor is not making continuing orders with regard to homeless encampments. And although plaintiffs are trying to make this case about the governor, he is not the right official capacity party. The governor does not enforce local laws, and in this instance, he does not even direct state actions. The governor has raised these issues both in its response to the motion for preliminary injunction and in the motion to dismiss. Before any injunction should be entered against him, the court should resolve these jurisdictional issues. Thank you. The governor is confident that the evidence presented at the hearing will not provide grounds for an injunction against him, and we anticipate asking the court to decline to include the governor in any injunctive relief.
Thank you. And actually, you said a couple things that triggered some questions that I developed in my mind as I was reviewing all the mountain of paper that's been submitted to me in preparation for this hearing. With respect to the legislation, there is the exclusion of prospective injunctive relief. So that triggers in my mind the question, are there any other state properties, state parks, state-owned properties in which there are currently homeless encampments?
I don't know factually the answer to that, Your Honor, but I think that that question is directly connected to the issue of standing that the governor raised, because the only injury that is being claimed in this part, or in this suit, is an injury by plaintiffs who camped in Lincoln Park on July 29th. We don't have a plaintiff who is asserting an injury from camping on any other state property and being removed. So those claims just are not an issue, and that's the reason I don't have an answer.
I understand, but it is also a fact that would be in favor if you were and there can't be another plaintiff that raises this in the future because there is no homeless encampment on any state park.
I am not aware of any other.
It might be a good idea for you at some point in the next day or so to find that out, and then we can bring that up. And the second question is, Lincoln Park is the green area in front of the Capitol. Is that correct?
That
the
is
Capitol
correct.
building facing west towards the city and county that we built. Is it a state park? Is that what it is officially?
The state owns that land. Lincoln Park, also referred to as Veterans Park, is the 1 square block of green space between Lincoln and Broadway and 13th Street. It's owned by the state. It is part of the Capitol complex, which includes the state capitol. Because it is a park with somewhat overlapping jurisdiction in that the state owns the park. The state has authority to enforce laws and state regulations in that park. Denver also, by state statute, is authorized to enforce its ordinances in that particular park.
Because it's a state park within the municipal boundaries of the city and county.
Yes, that is
Okay.
right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, the plaintiffs may call their first witness.
Plaintiffs call Alexandra Binder. Your Honor, I'm going to give reference.
Alexandra Binder, Alexandra Binder.
Good morning, Ms. Binder.
Hello.
Can you please tell the court how you're currently employed?
I'm a journalist with the media organization Unicorn Riot.
And did you author a declaration in this case?
Yes.
Can you turn to Exhibit 1 in the binder in front of you? It might be the other binder.
Okay, what's going on?
It's the plaintiff's one.
Okay, I see.
Do you see that declaration?
Yes.
Is everything in that declaration true and correct?
Yes.
Did you submit videos in conjunction with that declaration?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And does your declaration accurately reflect when and where those videos were shot at?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit this declaration into evidence.
Objection from the Denver defendant. If we were in the trial, I would sustain the objections. If we were not, I'm going to overrule it, primarily because it would benefit me to have this declaration in the record that I can review when I'm preparing the decision on this motion. So the objection is overruled. The plaintiff's exhibit number 1 is admitted to evidence.
Thank you, Ms. Binder. In your position as a journalist, have you had the occasion to observe some of what have been deemed the homeless suites?
Yes, I've seen many of them.
Approximately how many have you seen?
Just during the pandemic, since Governor Pullis issued the first stay-at-home order on March 25th, I've been to about 20 of them.
And were you at a suite on July 29th, 2020?
I was, yes.
Can you tell me what time did you get there?
I got there around 8 or 8:30 in the morning.
And how long were you there for?
Until at least 12 p.m. So, yeah, at least 4 hours.
Can you walk me through what happened from the time you showed up till the time you left?
Yes. When I first showed up, there was already a chain link fence built around the entire perimeter of Lincoln Park. State troopers were lined around that perimeter as well. There were a few openings in the fence at that time, so I entered Lincoln Park to start getting footage of the sweeps taking place. It wasn't until around 11 a.m. where state troopers primarily, but also Denver police, told everyone at the remaining opening of the fence that they needed, like advocates and press, including myself, so that they could officially close that fence and prevent anyone from entering. And that was when they forcefully pushed people back.
And when you say they, who are you talking about in that sentence?
State troopers and Denver police officers.
While you were at that sweep, did you see any property being thrown away?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
In the footage I provided, there were at least 10 tents thrown away, as well as countless other property. I saw a guitar case, bicycles, sleeping bags, blankets, pillows.
The property that was being thrown away, did it look to you to be abandoned?
No, it looked like the person who owned it was probably just not present.
Did it look like that property was trash?
No.
You said a couple of different agencies were involved in the sweep. Can you tell me what agencies those were?
Yeah, it was Environmental Hazmat Services, which is Denver's current private contracted cleanup company, which they pay a lot of money for. And then Denver Fire, I believe, was there. GH Phipps was the construction company that built the fence. Department of Transportation and Infrastructure was there. Probably folks from DDPHE, and again, state troopers, Denver police. I think that's about it.
You said that there was a fence erected around 11 a.m., is that right?
Around what?
11 a.m., is that correct?
No, the fence was erected at about 7 a.m.
Okay. But it was closed at 11 a.m., sorry, that was a bad question.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, closed at 11 a.m.
Did you see anyone trying to get back into the park to retrieve their property after that point?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
Yes. One individual, I witnessed him before 11 a.m. saying that he had to go somewhere and asked a state trooper if he would be allowed to get back in to get his belongings. The state trooper told him yes. He left, did whatever errand he had to do, came back, and this was after 11 a.m. And he asked if he could get in, and they said no. And at that point, he was justifiably upset. Yeah.
Did you see any of the officials who were conducting the sweep offer to store anyone's property during it?
I did not see officials asking.
Did you see them storing property?
Not that I remember, no.
Having been in a number of sweeps now, can you tell the difference between storage of property and disposal?
Yes.
Did you shoot video of that sweep?
Yes, I did.
And you submitted some video in conjunction with your declaration, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you a video right now. It's marked as Exhibit 2.
If you're going to play it, do you want to move it into evidence?
Yeah, we can have her identify it first.
Well, I mean, usually, yes, you'd have to do a foundation, but I see from your exhibit list it's stipulated.
It's stipulated. You're right, Your Honor. I apologize. Yes, I moved this to be admitted into evidence.
All right, given the stipulation of the parties, Exhibit 2, plaintiff's Exhibit 2 is admitted into evidence.
All right. Ms. Binder, did you shoot this video?
Yes, I did.
Does this video show one of the tents you saw taken and thrown away?
Yes.
kind of a cut there. Did you have to shoot a number of smaller videos at this suite?
Yes. Since the fencing has been put up, I'm only 5'2", and so to get good footage of what's happening and to document it as a journalist, it's tricky for me to be able to get on, be able to shoot over the fence so that the chain link is not in the frame. And my arms get tired after, a little bit filming, so I was doing it in shorter clips, yes.
All right. Ms. Binder, were you also present at a sweep on September 29th, 2020?
Yes.
Can you tell me, when did you arrive at that sweep?
I think I arrived that day closer to 9 a.m.
And how long were you there?
For a few hours, probably three-ish hours.
Can you tell me what you saw at that sweep?
Yes. At that sweep, it was smaller than the Lincoln Park one, but probably about 80 or so people. I saw property thrown away. There were quite a lot of police there, Denver police, for the most part, just standing inside the fenced-in area. Again, this encampment was fully fenced off since September 22nd. Actually, that was the first sweep where the city's been putting up temporary fences in the morning before every sweep. The one at Lincoln Park was more so a one-off instance prior to September 22nd. And this one was also somewhat hard for me to document because of the fence placement, but I was able to get some footage and got some footage of property being thrown away.
What property did you see being thrown away?
At least a few tents, again, as well as bedding. A mattress was thrown away, bicycles, that's all I can remember right now.
Were EHS employees at this week as well?
Yes.
Did you see an employee of EHS use a knife to cut open a tent to look inside?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, one tent that was left towards the end of the sweep, it was unclear why it was singled out, but I guess they thought there was some hazard in it, so an EHS employee, I think it was a box cutter, started slicing it open to look inside.
What did they find in the tent?
Mostly belongings, general belongings, like sleeping bag, pillow, etc. I think there may have been a sharp spot, but I did not see any needles. And however, the tent itself was in good condition. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with the tent itself or the belongings. They didn't look even dirty, honestly. So.
Was that tent thrown away?
Yes.
Do you know why?
My guess is because of the sharp box. Because I don't know why else it would have been thrown away, because it did not seem like it was just abandoned. It seemed like there were quite a bit of property in there. So.
Did you shoot video of that suite?
Yes.
And did you submit video with your declaration in this case?
Yes.
The next exhibit, I'm going to move to enter this evidence because it's stipulated as well, is Exhibit 3, Your Honor.
In the stipulation of the parties, Exhibit 3 is admitted to evidence.
Binder, is this a video you shot at that sweep on the 29th of September?
This was actually at 21st and Blake. This video.
Was that on a different day?
Yes.
Okay, what day was that? I apologize.
The first one, September 29th. Yes, September 29th.
Okay.
And I know
21st
that
of Blake.
because, sorry.
Yeah, September 29th is the
Yes.
21st of Blake. Okay, thank you. And this video show some of the property you saw thrown away at that sweep?
Yes.
Ms. Binder, you have been at, you said, approximately 20 sweeps since the pandemic has started, right?
Correct.
Can you tell me, are there any things that you've seen that have been customary that have happened in all of these sweeps?
Yes. So, as I said, since September 22nd, the city employees, I'm not sure who actually has been putting the fencing up, the temporary fencing, but those employees show up around 4:30 in the morning on the day of the sweep and construct this fence around a large perimeter of the encampment, which effectively prevents anyone from entering that area. And at that point, Denver police go up to the tents and tell people, the tent residents, that, you know, there's a sweep happening. They have until a certain time, usually it's like 10:30 a.m., to pack up all of their belongings and move. I've asked Denver police where they expect people to go, and at least 2 times, actually, police officers have admitted they don't know, and they've asked me where I think people should go, as a journalist asking them that question. So, yeah, and at that point, folks have to decide what prioritize their property, what they think they absolutely need, and try their best to move it all within, you know, like a few hours, and then whatever's left over is usually thrown away.
So at every sweep you've been at, have you seen Denver officials throw property away?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
At every sweep you've been at, have you seen Denver officials throw property away?
Yes.
Ms. Binder, you know, you're a veteran of these sweeps. You've observed a lot of them now. Based on your observations, what effects have the sweeps had on encampment residents?
Yeah, I think that's a very broad question. Can you rephrase and try to limit what it is you're asking this witness to testify?
Yeah, I'm all right, Ms. Binder, you know, have you seen the effects, have you seen any examples of the effects having an emotional effect? Have you seen the examples of the sweeps having an emotional effect on encampment residents?
I have. I've interviewed people who have told me that it affects them negatively. Before the Arkin sweep, where over 300 people were forcibly removed from their homes, a few days before, I went to see if anyone would be interested in being interviewed, and I spoke with one person who, her birthday actually was going to be a few days after the sweep, and she was crying, and she kept asking aloud, not expecting me to have an answer, but asking aloud, why the city waits till it's winter and freezing outside to sweep people.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination from the Denver defendant. Good morning, Ms. Potter.
Hello.
On the July 29th, 2020 Lincoln Park encampment, you had stated that you testified, rather, that you had arrived at 8 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And do you have any idea as to what time the Denver officials and other officials had shown up at the Lincoln Park encampment that day?
That day, I spoke with the public information officer, the Colorado trooper. His last name is White, and he told me that he said they got there at 7 a.m.
Did you know if Denver officials had arrived earlier than that?
I don't know.
You were able to go into the encampment when you arrived?
Correct.
And you did go into the encampment?
Yes.
Had you ever been to the Lincoln Park encampment prior to July 29th?
Not inside. Not like on the actual park, no.
You had driven by it?
Or walked by it, yes.
Over the course of how many weeks had you been walking by that encampment?
Well, I don't live downtown, so whenever I was in the area, so maybe once or twice a month.
Did you document the conditions inside that encampment as part of your work as a journalist?
Not prior to July 29th.
Did you see the conditions of the encampment in July of 2020 at Lincoln Park?
Not closely, not as close as I did on July 29th.
How would you characterize what you did see as the conditions at Lincoln Park in July of 2020?
There were people living inside the park. Can you just add more context to what you mean by conditions?
Sure. Did you see any hazards that you would identify as a layperson as hazards in Lincoln Park?
There was some trash. I didn't see weapons. I didn't see like toxic waste or something that I would personally deem as a hazard.
So from your position on the sidewalk at Lincoln Park, you didn't see any human waste, you didn't see any drug paraphernalia, you didn't see any food accumulation, or you didn't see any rodent infestation?
I might have seen some food accumulation and like trash associated with eating food. I don't think I ever saw human waste or drug paraphernalia while, like walking around the perimeter of the encampment.
Fair to say that your view from the sidewalk outside the park didn't allow you to see those hazards, did they?
Correct, if they existed, yeah, correct.
The video that you provided to the plaintiff's attorneys as an exhibit, used as an exhibit in this case, is just a few minutes of a long day on July 29th, 2020, correct?
What was shown today, yes, but I submitted much more from that day than what was shown right now. Yeah.
So this was the selected highlight of your video. Fair to say that the video that we were seeing today from July 29th was filmed after decisions were made regarding what was hazardous and what needed to be disposed of within the park.
I don't know.
You weren't part of or privy to the decision-making process regarding property that was thrown away in Lincoln Park on July 29, 2020, right?
No, I was not.
The tent that we saw in the video that you took, we can't see inside that tent, can we?
No, we cannot see personal property inside that tent.
Can't see anything inside the tent, can you?
No.
Can't see any hazards that exist inside that tent.
That may exist, no.
You don't know if the owner of that tent indicated or asked for that tent to be thrown away, do you?
I did not see a person near that tent throughout when I was standing there for over an hour filming that section of the encampment.
Sure. So the question I asked you was, you don't know if the person who owned that tent had told cleaning crews in the encampment that that tent could be destroyed.
Correct.
And you don't know what city supervisors determined was a public health or safety risk associated with that tent?
No.
Did you see, and my understanding of the testimony that you provided, Mr. McNulty, was that you did not see any property stored at the Lincoln Park encampment?
I did not.
And so does that cause you to believe that there was no property stored at Lincoln Park because you didn't see it?
Yes, because the whole time there was an environmental hazmat services truck inside the encampment with bins, and I never saw those bins taken off the truck or anything being loaded into those bins.
Were you present on July 29th when people in the encampment were receiving notice that they needed to leave that area?
I was not there at 7 a.m. However, the notices were posted that morning because even on the notice it said July 29th.
All right. So were you there when people were verbally given notice on July 29th that they needed to leave the encampment?
No.
Do you have an understanding that people were given until 10:30 that morning to leave the encampment?
Yes.
And how did you learn that information?
It was mentioned many times by Colorado State Troopers. When advocates asked, when I asked, yeah.
Consistent messaging from officials on site that people inside the encampment had until 10:30 a.m. to leave that area.
Yes.
Prior to July 29th in the Lincoln Park encampment, were people experiencing homelessness living in that park socially distancing?
I did not get close enough to see. However, the tents themselves seem to be at least 6 feet apart.
Were people living in the encampment consistently wearing masks?
I don't know. I wasn't close enough to notice, I guess.
And is that true on July 29th? Were you close enough to notice that people were wearing masks or not?
On July 29th specifically, and not prior, yeah, some were wearing masks, some were not.
You also submitted a video, or shown a video of footage you were taken regarding September 29th, 2020 at 21st and Blake, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say in that video that the workers in front of you are aware that you were filming them?
Yes. It's outside. I have a legal right to film.
Fair to say that all of the people on site at the cleanings that happened, the 20 plus cleanings you've been to, or see you filming and see other people filming their conduct?
Correct.
They know that the decisions they're making are being scrutinized by journalists and protesters. Journalists and protesters.
I don't know what they think, but perhaps.
You're not surreptitiously filming. You are letting them know that you are filming them, correct?
I don't know what you mean by that. I'm not telling them, hello, I'm filming you, but I am standing there quietly filming them, documenting what's happening.
The September 29th, 2020 encumbrance cleanup, that was not a public health area restriction, was it?
Sorry, what?
That was not a public health area restriction. It was an encumbrance removal. Do you understand those terms?
I do. I don't remember what the notice said.
Did you film the notice that had been posted in the area around 21st and Blake leading up to the September 29th cleanup?
I'm sure I did. Yes, I just can't recall what it said at this moment.
Did you film that notice?
I don't know for a fact. I'm sure I did because I tried to film the notices if they're present at every suite. So my best guess is yes, but I don't know for a fact.
You don't know if you submitted that notice to counsel for plaintiff to use as an exhibit in this hearing?
I don't know for a fact, no. I submitted a lot of footage. I can't remember it all.
The footage we were shown today was workers putting items onto a claw for a bobcat.
Yes.
Did you record what occurred prior to that time?
That day, yes.
Okay. But we were not shown that in court, were we?
No.
Okay. But we learned from your testimony that tent, at a minimum, had a sharps box in it. Is that right?
No, that was from a different day.
A separate tent? Or a separate event?
A different, that wasn't even the same location. The Sharps box I'm referring to was not at 21st and Blake.
Okay, but was it September 29th?
No, it was the 22nd and Wazee.
You have no reason to dispute that the September 29th, 2020 encumbrance cleanup involved a posted notice 7 days in advance, do you?
No, at that sweep, I think there was a notice, yes.
And so when you talk about, or you testified about people, fence being erected the morning of, and people trying to gather belongings and make decisions, those individuals living in that area had 7 days notice that the cleaning was coming, correct?
Yes.
So it wasn't an acute issue. It was a week-long planning in which everybody there was able to make the plans necessary and make decisions as to what they wanted to throw away, what they wanted to store, what they wanted to move to a new location, correct?
Yes, however, many of the belongings people have, they use on a daily basis. So having to pack all of those belongings up beforehand wouldn't make sense for many people.
And as to September 29th, you were not present when supervisors with the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure were making decisions about whether the property shown in that video posed a public health or safety risk, were you?
No.
And you don't know whether anyone indicated that those items could be thrown away, do you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. You don't know whether the items that were thrown away or collected to be thrown away in the video shown today were the owner asked for that property to be thrown away, do you?
I don't know.
And you don't know whether the tent that we see in the video or the property that we see in the video that you were shown presented a health and safety risk?
I don't know.
In the additional videos that you were not shown today but have been submitted with your declaration, October and November of 2020, were those also 7-day advance notice encumbrance removals?
Not all of them were encumbrance removals, and not including the Lincoln Park sweep. all of them, I believe, did have a 7-day notice.
So the people living in those camps had advance warning prior to the cleaning taking place.
Yes, except for Lincoln Park.
Okay. And is that true for the other 20 plus cleanups you have witnessed?
Yes. Of course, not everyone is present every day because working and such. So I don't know for a fact if every single person at every encampment that I witnessed has actually had a full 7 days notice.
But the areas were posted by the city and county of Denver?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say, Ms. Binder, that you don't believe the city should be disturbing any encampment anywhere in Denver for any reason?
That's not what I think, no.
Okay. What would you carve out as an exception to that statement?
Objection, Your Honor. Asking for speculation. She's not an expert.
Overruled. You may answer.
As a journalist, however, I suppose as a human being first and foremost, I would say that as long as there's not attainable adequate housing for folks on the streets, that people should be able to survive outside. That's what I think as a human being.
And does that mean individual rooms off the streets available for every person prior to a cleaning taking place or a disruption to an encampment?
I would say so, yes.
That's all questions I have. Thanks.
All right, cross-examination by the Colorado defendants. Ms. Spaulding?
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Binder. Just a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
You testified, I believe, that you have been present at over 20 of these sweeps, correct?
About 20, yes.
About 20. And to your knowledge, the State Patrol was only present at one. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the Lincoln Park cleanup, correct?
Yes, correct.
And to your knowledge, with the exception of the Lincoln Park cleanup, there's been no state employee present at any of the other sweeps that you've been at, correct?
Correct.
Now, you referred, when you were speaking of the Lincoln Park cleanup, to law enforcement forcibly making people leave the park, I believe. So I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions about that. You didn't observe the State Patrol or any law enforcement use pepper spray or projectiles or anything of that sort, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't see law enforcement or specifically CSP officers laying hands on anybody to get them out of the park, did you?
Laying hands on anybody, what?
Laying hands on anybody to forcibly remove them from the park.
Not people who were in the park, no.
Okay. Because if you had seen that, that's something that as a journalist would have been important for you to document, right?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Gablehouse, I just want to confirm that you're going to inform Ms. Frank, my courtroom deputy clerk, separately if you want to cross-examine any witness. Are you there, sir?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Right. So what I won't ask you after each witness, because I'm assuming there'll be the minority of witnesses, but maybe my assumption is wrong. But let's at least start where I will assume you do not have cross-examination questions unless Ms. Frank has indicated to me through our instant messaging that she has received word from you that you do have cross-examination questions. So, but beginning for this witness, do you have any cross-examination?
I do not, Your Honor, and that procedure is perfectly fine.
All right. Thank you, sir. Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Binder, I just have a few questions. The first is, Did you submit other videos showing property being thrown away at the July 29th, 2020 sweep with your declaration in this case?
Yes.
And also also for the September 29th, 2020, did you submit videos along with that?
Yes.
Have you seen officials throw away tents without opening them during sweeps?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Binder, thank you so much for your testimony. You're excused and you may step down.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, if I could just step back and confirm that.
One second. Just so everybody knows, when a witness is done testifying, Ms. Frank is going to wipe down the area and all. So don't jump up with your next witness immediately. Give us the...
Well, can I just run out and make sure
Sure.
they're here?
Go ahead.
That's what I was going to ask.
Okay, go ahead. Yes.
Plaintiff's called Jacob Wesley.
All right.
Jacob Wesley, Jacobwessley. Good morning, Mr. Wesley. Good morning. Mr. Wesley, how are you currently employed?
I am the Director of Outreach and Engagement at the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless.
And do you have a CD?
I do.
Could you turn to Exhibit 4 in Plaintiff's binder there? It's right there in front of you.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Have you not well?
I tried, Your Honor. I sent communications to folks in my office of color. You know, can you mute her while she's on? I think she's just showing up early to wait in the waiting room to testify. So. Unfortunately, that I need to single host as well. Oh, okay.
Well, so we.
All right.
I guess you got the idea.
Okay. All right.
But during break, the next break, Mr. McNeil there would ask that you attempt to reconnect with especially your witnesses that are immediately coming up, because I think some of the folks later on, they probably wouldn't be joining, hours before they're expected to testify, but especially the next couple, make sure that they're aware they're not supposed to be listening to the proceedings.
Sure, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Mr. Westbrook, is Exhibit 4 your CD?
Yes, but I'm looking at my CD, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would, move to admit the CD and to certify Mr. Wesley, based on his background and qualifications, as an expert on outreach efforts related to homelessness.
Well, before I ask if there's an objection, I'm not going to let you do it that way.
Okay.
In terms of admitting the resume, that's one thing, but to short circuit 702 to just ask for me to qualify someone under Rule 702 to give expert opinion testimony, you're going to need it. Even at this hearing, all sides are going to have to, or both sides, all parties are going to have to lay a much more thorough foundation, unless there's a stipulation. If there's a stipulation that the witness can be qualified under Rule 702 and to give expert opinion testimony, and there's a stipulation to the field of questions that they can provide expert opinion testimony on, then for sure at that point we can short circuit it. But absent that, you're going to need to lay a foundation pretty similar to what you'd have to do at trial.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Counsel, yeah. Okay, all right. Mr. Wesley, can you tell me a little bit about your professional experience in outreach services to homeless and communities?
Yeah, so for the last 15 years I've worked with the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless and worked in homeless services, the vast majority of which since 2006 has been in outreach in one capacity or another. So for several years, approximately about 9 or 10 years, I worked on the front lines as an outreach case manager, so working with those in camps, living outdoors, and then was promoted to the program manager of outreach. And then now in my current role as the director, I'm the the coordinator of DSOC, which is outreach services between my agency, St. Francis Center, and Urban Peak.
Your Honor, I'd move to certify Mr. Wesley as expert in outreach services to homeless communities.
Okay, outreach services. All right, let's take it one at a time. With respect to the Denver defendants, is there an objection to the introduction of Mr. Wesley's resume?
Your Honor, the difficulty we have with Mr. Wesley is that there was no declaration submitted. There's obviously been no report submitted. We don't know what the scope of testimony would fall within an outreach expert. We certainly agree that Mr. Wesley is qualified to speak about his lay experience as an outreach coordinator. He's certainly well established and qualified to talk about those experiences. I think that if we knew the scope of what that expert endorsement would entail, we would agree that he's an expert on homeless outreach for purposes of the preliminary injunction only, not for an expert for the rest of the case. Well, we haven't seen anything.
First of all, that's a good point. Let me just clarify for everyone. If I qualify someone under Rule 702 for this hearing as an expert witness to testify in a particular field or fields by way of opinion testimony, that runs only for this hearing. It does not carry over to a subsequent hearing or a trial. I understand the point that you're making, counsel, but the problem here is that this is not a trial where we've had all the Rule 26 deadlines for disclosures, for rebuttal disclosures, all that kind of stuff. The best I can give you is an opportunity to voir dire the witness before I make a determination on this.
I appreciate it. I'll take 2 minutes for your.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. No problem.
Mr. Wesley, your history is in, well, can you tell me a little bit about your history as an outreach worker?
Yeah, so I started Coalition at 19 years old during my undergrad. Worked at what they called Beacon Place shortly after I became a case manager on the outreach team. So I worked closely with the outreach workers to help people living outdoors connect to long-term services such as housing. I would say helping to house people living outdoors was my expertise at that time during my time on outreach.
And have you ever been a municipal employee?
No, I've never worked for the city and county of Denver or anything like that. No, I briefly worked for the VA, as indicated on my CV, for 3 months, but that's it, other than the Coalition for the Homeless.
Okay.
Well, actually, as a teenager, I was, I guess, a lifeguard for the city and county of West Smith.
I don't think that's got much of a role, but
I didn't think so, but, under oath. So.
Fair enough. Mr. Wesley, have you ever had experience working in allocation of municipal resources in a big picture, meaning the multitude of programs that a city runs across the board?
Your Honor, if it's going to short circuit this, I'm not going to ask him about the allocation of resources with regard to outreach services.
Okay, does that satisfy your?
It does. I think that Mr. Wesley is qualified to offer opinions today regarding outreach done by the agency that he works for.
Okay. Let me get the Colorado defendant's position on both the introduction of the resume into evidence and the qualification under 702 for this hearing only of this witness for opinion testimony and outreach to the homeless.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm just going to tag on to counsel for the city and county of Denver. We concur with their position.
All right. Okay. Okay. So you're going to join Mr. Farley's position. All right. So plaintiff's exhibit 4 is admitted into evidence, and for purposes of this hearing only, Mr. Wesley is qualified under Rule 702 to provide opinion testimony on the issue of or in the field of outreach to the homeless. And I will also take into account the fact that there's been no opportunity for the parties to make or receive disclosures that generally required under Rule 26 or to endorse rebuttal experts, and to the extent that the parties have been limited in that fashion because we still are at the beginning of this litigation. I'm going to take that into account in terms of the weight I'm going to attribute to Mr. Wesley's testimony. You may proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wesley, as part of your duties, do you oversee outreach efforts to homeless encampments here in the city of County of Denver?
Yes, I do.
Can you please describe the purpose of the outreach efforts done by your organization?
Specifically to large encampments or in general?
I'd say to large encampments.
Okay. So yeah, our goal going into large encampments is to provide immediate resources to try to improve people's situations. So it differs in small camps. Small camps, you're trying to build relationships to ultimately get to housing. When you're going into a camp of 50, 100, and that's 125 people, it looks a little differently. So we're days like today, we're making sure people have the basic needs to, are they cold and they wet? Are they at risk for frostbite? We're helping them access shelter if that's something that they want. Variety of resource delivery like that. Connection to Faith Outdoor Space, which is available now. Just basically trying to make sure that people who are ready and wanting to engage in some type of resource, that we're there to help them facilitate that.
One second. So I did, you were speaking very quickly.
Okay.
So I know you're in the hot seat, so take a deep breath. There's water there. Try to speak a little more slowly and enunciate a little more fully because you have the mask. We want to make sure we're making a good record here so that my court can hear and put down everything you say.
Yes, sir. I absolutely will slow down.
Okay.
That was good. You did a great job. That was good. What forms of when your organization's doing outreach efforts, what forms of shelter are being offered to folks?
The primary forms of shelter would be the main emergency shelters that most people are familiar with: Denver Rescue Mission, Samaritan House, Dolores Project, various ones like that. On extreme cold weather days, we do have a limited budget for motel vouchers. So those who can't access shelter, won't access shelter for a variety of reasons, to ensure their safety, we will provide motel vouchers and transportation to those motels.
Have you had the opportunity to observe the effects of the sweeps on outreach efforts by your organization?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell me what the effect has been?
Yeah, so when a camp is swept, it's, someone has to essentially pack up all their belongings, move to a new location. It's disruptive in a lot of ways, right? They have gotten used to where all the resources are at near their camp, so they know exactly where they're going to get their meals, to get water, to get all the different things that they need to survive. And oftentimes the belongings they have in that camp are all the belongings that they have in this world. So to move them isn't a single person, single day effort. So it's a rather disruptive process and can oftentimes interrupt the the service connection that we have with them.
Do the sweeps, from your observations as someone who runs outreach, have they undermined trust in service providers?
So it's really tricky when we're going in there because we are very aware that police or Parks and Rec or other type of city staff have been there, and it's tricky because I don't see ourselves in opposition to those other services, but we also don't want to be seen as an alignment with the sweeps because we're trying to build trust with these folks. We most notably detect trust issues the week leading up to a camp when campers are acutely aware that something imminent is coming. They're much less likely to engage with us, much more distrustful of why we're there and what we're there to do.
Based on your observations of the effects of the sweeps on outreach, have the sweeps exposed homeless individuals to a greater risk of harm from COVID-19?
I'm going to object to the foundation of that question in addition to going beyond the scope of the endorsement as an outreach.
I agree. That's beyond. First of all, it's beyond what I qualified him under 702, and he laid no foundation that he has any qualification to answer that question.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I'll proceed with another question.
All right.
Have you observed that the sweeps have caused the breaking of connections with service providers?
Yes, absolutely. When someone has to relocate to a new camp, all the work that I stated before that goes into it, us being able to find them at the new camp. A good example I can think of off the top of my head is there was a female camper that we were working with at the camp they call the Arkins camp outside of Salvation Army. And we also have a nurse who goes on outreach with us a lot. We call it street medicine, who does that with our CCH team. And there was the female camper was struggling to manage her diabetes. So the outreach worker and nurse were going out to see her regularly. And after several weeks, were able to make a lot of headway in managing her diabetes. Since that camp's been swept, we haven't been able to locate her. And there's concerns about her diabetes being unchecked and her potentially being in a dangerous situation.
I'm going to switch gears a little bit here. Were you part of a Denver joint task force and some calls that happened in April and May of 2020?
Yes, and I'm still on the task force.
Can you tell me a little bit about, number one, who was on those calls?
So the task force, the Denver Joint Task Force, is a group that meets daily, Monday through Friday. It's medical providers from both our agency and Denver Health. It's city partners, whether that be with Host or Department of Public Health, and then it's various service providers, all meeting to help coordinate and collaborate to prevent and limit the spread of COVID among the homeless population.
Was one of the Denver Public Health officials on that call Danica Lee? On those calls, sorry.
Yeah, early on in the first couple months. The call started in March, and for the first couple months, she was on those calls, yeah.
What was, I think you talked a little bit about what was discussed on most of those calls generally. Do you remember a particular call on May 29th, 2020?
Yeah, so my role on the task force has been twofold. Sorry, this just helps provide more context. So it's been to help coordinate testing services in large encampments. So they've been doing surveillance testing in different shelters and different homeless settings. So I've helped coordinate ones in homeless encampments, which is what I'll speak to here. I mentioned too, I also helped start 6 motels to help homeless individuals safely be able to isolate during this pandemic, so to speak to that as well. But in those early days, especially, we were talking about doing the first encampment testing. It was going to be in the encampment 21st, between the 21st and 22nd in California. It was a large encampment, 50 plus individuals. It it was going to make for a large sample size, which they wanted for surveillance testing, people to see if they had COVID-19. There was lots of talk on that call about, coordinating those efforts. And the camp was swept, I want to say a day or two before the 29th call that you're referencing. And so that 29th call, for that reason, stands out because a lot of people on that call were frustrated, myself included, because we were putting a lot of work into testing that camp, and people were just frustrated that it got swept for a variety of reasons.
Hold on, because I just want to make sure I got the sequence down, Mr. Wesley. You're saying there was a conference call among the task force members on May 29th of this year. Is a call that you remember well, even though you've had several of them, because it's your testimony that in calls prior to May 29, there had been a discussion about going into this encampment on 21st in California, and you were gearing up for it, and then you learned on the 27th of May there was a sweep. Did I get that right?
Yeah, so there was talks of sweep leading up to that. The reason I remember the 29th call, to be completely straightforward, is it was the only heated call that I can remember in the history of the task force prior or since. There was very high tensions on that call.
Okay, and what do you attribute those high tensions to?
To the camp being swept. So, and I would say the target of those frustrations was DDPHE, primarily in this case, was represented by Danica. Danica Lee policies, yes.
So, am I correct to infer that there are members of the task force that were unaware that the sweep was upcoming, and then folks on the task force that were aware, and then the tension was between those two groups?
Correct. I think we all knew there was talks of the sweep. We didn't realize it was going to happen right then. And there was tensions because one of the large encampment testing that was being proposed, and the medical professionals on the call, the doctors to be exact, my recollection is that they didn't feel like it was a safe practice to be breaking up that camp due to not knowing the prevalence of COVID in the camp, and also potentially spreading COVID by dispersing these people elsewhere into the community.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. McNulty, you may resume.
And after that call, did Mrs. Lee attend task force meetings?
I don't remember her attending after that. Her staff, Jenny Hill, has been on virtually every call I can remember since then.
Thank you, Mr. Wesley. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay. Cross-examination by the Denver defendants.
Am I doing better? Slower?
You are.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Which is actually quite unusual, because 9 out of 10 people I say that to, they slow down for about a minute and then they go right back to where they were. But you're doing well.
Morning, Mr. Wesley.
Good morning.
You're the coordinator who oversees and directs the Denver Street Outreach Collaborative and strategic outreach to large encampments. Is that how you describe your position?
That's correct. That's part of my position I'm here to speak about.
And so does that mean that you direct all of the Denver Street Outreach Collaborative?
I'm the coordinator of all of it. So the other agencies, right, I don't supervise them, but I coordinate the services. I'm the lead, and I'm the liaison with the city.
And what are the other agencies involved?
St. Francis Center and Urban Peak.
And you're an employee of the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless?
That is correct.
Okay. Who funds this project?
The city and county of Denver.
And who administers the project?
City and county of Denver.
And specifically the Department of Housing
Facilities. Yes, HOST. HOST does, absolutely, yes.
And HOST is referring to Denver Department of Housing Facility?
Yes.
Okay. You have a significant amount of experience in with people experiencing homelessness living in unauthorized campsites and encampments, correct?
Correct.
What hazards do you typically see inside those encampments?
Do you mind clarifying hazards for me?
What's your understanding of the word hazards?
something that poses a risk to maybe an outsider coming in or something like that.
And how about, the only thing I would add to that is a risk to the person that's within the encampment as well.
Okay. Sorry, do you want me to?
Go ahead.
So, sorry, the question was, what hazards have I seen in those camps?
Yeah.
So the hazards I've seen, the main one that's coming up to my top of my head is the one that's always been concerning to me, that I always make sure my staff are aware of, is maybe uncapped needles. Is the biggest one I can think of. We also consider these encampments somebody's home, so I would consider just the hazard of, I wouldn't walk into your front door unannounced, so just the hazard of being a trespasser in anyone's private space, so announce yourself. Those would be the primary two hazards I can think of off the top of my head.
Are you aware of any hazards from communicable diseases inside encampments?
They're trying to think, like with the hepatitis A outbreak. Again, I feel like I'm getting a little bit outside of my scope in terms of, like, there's been, like, right as outreach, we're notified, like, we worked with public health before when hepatitis A was a concern, when body lice are a concern. Right, there's shelter staff and other people to communicate these concerns to other homeless individuals who are in shelters. So we oftentimes are largely falls to us. We want to communicate, things about these outbreaks in the encampments. I can't recall anything that's been necessarily worse in encampments versus the shelters off the top of my head.
What about violence inside encampments?
Sorry, do you mind clarifying what you mean by violence inside encampments?
Are you aware of any violence, that a particular threat from violence inside encampments?
Yes, there's been violence inside of encampments. I would say technically less than I've heard about violence inside of shelters, but there are also violence inside of encampments, I'm sure, yes. I've heard of
Have there been any murders inside encampments?
Yes, I do know there is one now at the Arkins camp I referenced earlier. Our street medicine team, the same team I mentioned before, recently found a deceased body, and they were just told that it appeared to be homicide. There's no conviction. I don't think a case isn't closed. That's the only one I feel confident speaking about, because otherwise it's been several years since I've heard anything like that, so I wouldn't feel confident saying on the record. But that one I do feel confident saying what I know, which is that much.
So based on your experience, you don't know anything about a murder that happened in the Lincoln Park encampment?
So that's an interesting. So my understanding of that murder was that it was somebody outside of the encampment that shot somebody in the encampment. So to be honest, I wasn't aware. If there was two campers involved, I did know about a shooting because we were doing one of those surveillance testings I mentioned earlier. We did it, I want to say just after that shooting. It was within a couple days.
So when you're considering violence inside encampments, you're separating out violence from the outside that enters the encampment. You're only thinking of violence that originates within the campground.
And I'm sorry, I thought that was your question. Yeah, I mean, there's been horrific things over the years, right, of people that are not homeless, lighting homeless people on fire and doing other types of horrific violence to people in encampments. I didn't think you were referencing that, and I thought the shooting was somebody outside the encampment shooting somebody inside the encampment. I wasn't told it was two campers. So yes, I was talking about, like, I guess, violence within a camp, not necessarily something happening outside.
You also see drug use inside encampments? You talked about needles earlier.
There's drug use inside of encampments.
Okay. And is that also a hazard for people living there? Both people using the drugs and the people being around that use of drugs?
In my opinion, the biggest hazard that comes with that is the drug dealers. I think the people themselves, right, I don't see as a huge risk, but I do see the violence that comes with dealers. They often don't want us there for a variety of reasons, right? If we're trying to help somebody, whether it's get mental health treatment or get into actual substance treatment, right, we're bad for business, you could say.
Sure.
So
it's harder to get inside an encampment for outreach services when there's drug dealers that are facilitating a drug trade within that encampment.
That's correct.
Okay. I guess that speaks to the question I have is how are large encampments or encampments at all inconsistent with your efforts to make connections to services and housing?
Sorry, the inconsistent, like what barriers are there, or?
Do you think that the encampments create a difficulty for you to connect people experiencing homelessness to services?
The large encampments or encampments in general?
Particularly large encampments.
And so sorry, I probably should have asked this earlier. How are we defining large?
However you want to define it.
Okay. So we say 25 or more?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. So I would say it's tricky because we have this new strategic outreach to large encampments, which is very, very new, so it's rather untested. Our traditional outreach model, which I stated before, is more geared at smaller camps. So I would say it is in contrast to our typical style of outreaching smaller camps. I would say 10 people at the most. It's easier to build rapport with a smaller group of people. You can have longer, more in-depth conversations. Your resources that you bring to the camp, whether it's food or gear, goes further. So in that sense, yeah, outreaching large encampments has been more difficult, and we're eager to see with this partnership with the city how the strategic outreach to large encampments goes and how effective that model is.
You testified earlier when Mr. McNulty was asking questions about losing connection with clients, with people experiencing homelessness in camps after a cleanup. Are there other times that you lose connection with your clients, with people experiencing homelessness?
Yeah, due to not having phones is the biggest issue. People who don't have phones can be very difficult to keep track of.
What about people leaving the area?
Yeah, I would say people sometimes move away or, they decide to go somewhere else. Sure. But typically if they have a cell phone, they're easier to reach, right? Because even if they move, they answer their phone.
And is it your goal to have long-term lasting relationships with these people experiencing homelessness, or is your goal to connect them with services that are sustainable moving forward?
That's a great question and a very complex one to answer. In the way you currently asked it, I would say that our DSOC portion is to go to create long-lasting relationships, the way you said it, and then I would say that the goal of SOUL would be more the latter, would be to kind of do more service connection to people, and then hopefully those services are connected to the shelter or safe outdoor space or something else, or whether they refer them to DSOC for longer-term engagement. It's those other pieces that they're connected to long-term.
Fair to say when someone moves out of one of the large encampments and is regularly connected to services, that's a success for you?
Yeah, like if they move into housing or one of these other options I mentioned, yeah, I would say we define success per the person, right? So if housing, if healthcare, if any of those things are there, mental health treatment, substance treatment, if those are their goals, then yeah, we consider that to be a success. But yeah, we largely define success based on what the person tells us is a success.
Mr. Wesley, you used the term sweep and swept a fair bit in your direct examination from Mr. McNulty. Is that a term of art that you use with the street outreach team?
Yeah, and I honestly couldn't tell you the origins of that term. We used to use like eviction, and I don't know where sweep came from. It's been more the common language since these large encampments have formed. So I would say that, yeah, it's not, that's the common term that's used. What the outreach workers use themselves on the streets in the encampments, I wouldn't imagine they're saying the word sweep to homeless people.
Why not?
Well, I don't know. When I hear sweep, I literally picture cleaning up. I picture, dirt being swept. So to me, it's a bit has a negative connotation. Maybe that I shouldn't use it. It's these terms that you just get used a lot. You don't often question the meaning like you do right now under oath. And so I would say that, yeah, our outreach workers are really good at being trauma informed, and so I would say they're probably talking about the camp getting broken up, more terms like that.
I was just wondering why you use that term when plaintiff's counsel asks you questions.
Yeah, that's a great question.
You spoke about emergency shelters that are available in the city. Fair to say that Denver stood up additional large emergency shelters in response to the COVID-19 pandemic?
Yeah, the National Western Complex for a time, and then now the Denver Coliseum is still in place. Yeah.
Fair to say that Denver also ramped up its emergency housing through hotel vouchering?
I don't know if I'd say hotel vouchering. If you're referring to the activated restaurant and protective action motel rooms. Oh. If you're referring to the 6 motels that I mentioned earlier, we wouldn't classify those as emergency motel vouchers. We're considering it more medical respite.
I
people have
appreciate that.
acute need.
That clarification. So the City and County of Denver has paid for, I think in your resume you talked about 800 motel units of activated respite and protective action sites in response to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah, that number sounds very close, yes.
And then there's also separately a vouchering program that is available for emergency situations.
Yes.
In preparation for the Lincoln Park area restriction in July of 2020, was there outreach provided by host-directed outreach?
Yes, the host asked us to outreach the area. Yes, we did.
Okay. And you did that in advance of the area restrictions to try to connect people to services and let them know that there was going to be a likelihood of a area restriction?
We did do that. That stands out to me as being one of the only camp. Now you're questioning for good reason my use of sweep. That was the only camp. I'm just going to use it for the sake of, we've kind of all come to accept what I'm referring to when I say sweep. That was the only sweep that I can think of that happened prior to when they told us it was going to happen. I just remember our partners reaching out to us saying, whoa, the camp got swept. I thought we had a couple days still. So yeah, they did have us go out in advance. We did the testing in the days leading up, and it happened, I remember, very quickly and abruptly, quicker than we were expecting it to happen, yeah.
And did the outreach workers have any difficulty going into the interior of the Lincoln Park encampment?
Yes, the Lincoln Park encampment was noted by our outreach program manager, Kevin Raleigh, who I would say is one of the, he's very much a leading expert in outreach, very much similar to my experience. If I trust his word, he said he found that camp to...
hearsay?
Elizabeth, I was done apply. Go ahead.
So he just said that he felt a greater distrust at that camp. He attributed it to all the enforcement that was going on with the people that were in and out of that camp. So he kind of like I spoke to earlier, when camps are about to be swept, there's often a lot of distrust towards us that we're a part of those who are going to be doing the sweeping. And he just said he felt a lot of that and didn't feel super comfortable in that camp.
When you say super
Mr. Shortman, hold on. It's hard to get in between you guys to go back and forth so fast. How much more do you have? Because I'm looking for time for our morning break.
I appreciate it. 3 minutes.
Okay. And does the Colorado defendants anticipate cross-examination?
On behalf of the governor, we're not.
Okay. How much redirect do you anticipate, Mr. McNulty?
Like 2 or 3 questions.
All right. Then let's finish this witness before the recess. Go ahead, Ms. Crowder.
And Mr. Wesley, you were not aware of any violence that Mr. Raleigh was observing in that encampment. That's why he wasn't going into the interior of the encampment anymore?
Nothing about violence. He just talked about there being a significant mistrust. I remember the situation he outlined. I want to make sure we can take our morning break, but if you want me to get into more of a situation, but he just said that he didn't mention violence. He just mentioned feeling like there was a significant mistrust of our staff there.
In advance of the Morey Middle School cleaning on August 5th, 2020, what resources did you see that Denver had put forward in advance of the cleaning and on the day of the cleaning?
I consider us a resource at Denver, just to be clear.
Yep,
I want to be objective. That they paid for us to go out there. I think we're a great service. I think they offer us going out there and providing something to engage with. And then I also remember distinctly, because it hasn't happened too often, that they showed up, I believe, with a large bus to take people to shelter. And if memory serves correct, only one person took them up on that. People in encampments, they're voting with their feet, right? They know about the shelter beds you referenced before. The shelter doesn't work for them for a variety of reasons. They're saying they want to be in encampments. So I wasn't surprised that bus didn't work. I don't remember anything else off the top of my head, to be completely honest. That stood out to me. I worked with Chris Connor, who's our liaison with the city. He mentioned doing that, and I heard that happened.
Also, mental health counselors out there that day?
Yeah, the city often does work with, I believe, the CRU officers, Crisis Intervention Response Unit, and there might be some other clinicians that go. We don't go typically. We have clinicians on our team as well, but we don't typically go out day of eviction.
The area near the Denver Rescue Mission that used to have large encampments, do you remember that area?
Yes, sir.
And then it now is subject to regular cleanings in that area. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that, but I can take your word for it.
Do you see people camping in that area near the rescue mission as much as you used to see?
No, the street used to be like tent to tent, and I think the last one I went by there a few days ago, I only noted maybe 5 or 6 tents that I could see.
People in that area know that the regular cleanings are coming. They move for the cleaning and then return to the area.
I can't speak as to what they're thinking.
What about what you're seeing?
Yeah, I think, right, logic says if power washers come in every 3 days and they're asking to move all your stuff, you're probably going to go somewhere where that's not the case. So,
but then come back to that area. That's permitted in that area, isn't it?
Sorry, say about coming back again?
You can return to that area after the cleaning, the deep cleaning has happened on the sidewalk.
Are they returning? Is that what you're asking? I think some are, yeah.
That's all questions I have. Thanks.
All right, Ms. Spaulding, just want to confirm you have no questions?
That's right, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll make it brief. Mr. Wesley, I just have a few questions. The first is, you talk a lot about hotel rooms, motel rooms, things like that. Are there enough individual hotel, motel rooms available right now to house everyone that is staying on the streets in Denver?
No, the encampments, like the overall demographics of the homeless population, are primarily male, and virtually all of the male beds are filled right now, and you have to have a chronic health condition that qualifies you as being at high risk to develop serious illness if exposed to COVID-19.
We talked a little bit about like drug use and murders and encampments, things like that. Do those things happen at shelters too?
One of the main reasons I hear people say they don't want to stay at shelter is violence inside the shelter, is theft inside the shelter.
One last question. Denver, the Council for Denver asked you about a couple of new shelters that opened up since the pandemic has started. Does that mean that there are more shelter beds now than there were before?
I'll be honest, I'm not going to speak to the number. I haven't heard those numbers before and after. My understanding was they primarily opened up these additional shelter spaces because cots and all these setups they weren't 6 feet apart. It wasn't the right distancing. So my understanding was this additional shelter was less to create more individual number of beds and more to create the proper spacing that's needed.
Those are all my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Wesley, thank you so much for your testimony, and you may step down. All right, folks, we're going to take our morning recess. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
All right. We're in recess.
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Perfect.
Great.
Hi, Ms. Westbrook. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, great. We can both hear and see you perfectly. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
So I'm not going to use my screen because I know the technical difficulties. So she has the exhibits in front of her, so
oh, okay. I mean, you can if you want. But,
it's totally fine.
all right, sounds good. And Ms. Westbrook, you can still hear us, okay?
Yes, can you still hear me?
Yep, great. Okay, then everyone, is everyone set? I think we're going to get started. Okay. Mary, you can? And Ms. Westbrook, this may seem obvious, but I am going to say all rise, but you do not need to stand.
Thank you.
All rise. Court is now in session.
Please be seated. All right, the plaintiffs may call their next witness.
I appreciate your honor. Plaintiffs would call Miss Marissa Westbrook, and she is on the video.
Ms. Westbrook, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter, now before the court, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and this under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Marissa Westbrook, Marissa Westbrook.
Good morning, Miss Westbrook.
Good morning.
Miss Westbrook, can you tell me how what your current occupation is?
I'm a researcher and a PhD candidate at the University of Colorado, Denver.
And can you tell me what your focus is in your PhD program?
My PhD is focused on housing and health, with a specific focus on homelessness as well as exclusionary displacement.
Ms. Westbrook, did you submit a CV in conjunction with a declaration in this matter?
I did.
Could you look at Exhibit 5 really quickly?
Yes.
And Your Honor, Ms. Westbrook has the exhibits in front of her, if that's okay with the court. And so when I ask her to turn to an exhibit, she'll know. Ms. Westbrook, is this your CV that you submitted in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Does the CV adequately capture your background?
Yes.
Okay. So I have a couple follow-up questions about the CV. Do you have any other certifications? So what's your academic background relating to public health?
As you can see, I had a global health concentration in my undergraduate career. I also have a master's in public health and social behavior from the University of California, Berkeley. And I'm currently working on my PhD in health and behavioral sciences at the University of Colorado, Denver, where you can see that my dissertation proposal on my CV is related to housing as well.
Have you done any research on public health and homelessness?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell me about that?
Yes, I would point to the peer-reviewed publication that I have with Dr. Tony Robinson at the University of Colorado, Denver, Unhealthy by Design, the Health and Safety Consequences of the Criminalization of Homelessness. This was a large project that we undertook surveying 484 homeless individuals in the Denver area on the health and safety impacts of the criminalization of homelessness.
Your Honor, I would move to certify Ms. Westbrook as an expert in public health, and particularly the intersection of public health and homelessness.
And are you moving for the admission of her?
Yes, I would also move for the admission of her CV as well, Your Honor.
So, tell me again the specific field you want her qualified in?
In the field of public health and the intersection of, and specifically the intersection of public health and homelessness.
Well, I'm not going to qualify her the field of public health. That's a huge field.
So the intersection of public health and homelessness.
The intersection. What do you mean by that?
Well, maybe Ms. Westbrook can characterize it better than I can. Ms. Westbrook, can you tell me?
Yes.
Is there a particular field that you feel that you are an expert in?
I study the spectrum of housing and its impacts on health.
Housing impacts on health. All right. Is there an objection from the Denver defendant either to the introduction of Ms. Westbrook's resume or to her being qualified under 702 to give expert opinion testimony? You may.
You want to thank you? Sure.
Good morning, Ms. Westbrook.
Good morning.
I'm Jeff Klingsborn. I'm one of the attorneys for the Denver defendants. I want to start where you left off with Mr. McNulty when he asked for the research you've done on homelessness and public health. You identified the article that you co-authored with Dr. Robinson.
Correct.
Well, I looked that up and read the abstract of that article, and it ends by saying that your study, and I'm quoting here, has been used by community partners and local policymakers to successfully advance district court arguments that anti-homeless legislation in Denver, Colorado is unconstitutional. Is that right?
That is a sentence from the article, which was published prior to this case.
Well, I understand that. I guess my question is whether or not that's accurate. Why put that in the abstract of an academic publication? Was that the purpose of the study?
The purpose of the study was to study the health and safety impacts of the criminalization of homelessness through surveying folks about the impacts of the urban camping ban.
In order to advance those constitutional arguments in district court?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, are you sympathetic to that view that any anti-homeless legislation in Denver is unconstitutional?
I am not a legal expert, so I cannot speak to the constitutionality, but this evidence and this research was used by community partners. And the reason why we included some of that information is because this was a community-based participatory research project. And in community-based participatory research, one component of that is action to show how the research is used to advance and change the condition of people experiencing those negative health outcomes.
I'm glad you mentioned that because, in fact, your study was intended to provide support for the Right to Survive initiative on the ballot that year. Isn't that correct?
It was not intended to provide support. It was a scientific study of the health and safety impacts of the urban camping ban.
But I read the news articles that are listed on your CD, and one of them says that ballot measure advocates collaborated with researchers on this study. Is that not correct?
So as I mentioned, it was a community-based participatory research project where the intent was to examine the health and safety impacts, not to provide support for one side or the other. As a trained professional researcher and academic researcher, my job is to review the evidence and come to conclusion about what the evidence provides. And that's why we did a survey of 484 individuals in the Denver area experiencing homelessness.
Okay, here's where I'm going with this. Your CV lists Denver Homeless Out Loud, who is the plaintiff in this case, as a co-author or a co-presenter at a presentation last year about this same study. Isn't that right?
This is correct, and this is common practice in academic presentations where you're working with a community partner, trying to, again, work with a community that can be hard to reach. So this is a very common practice, especially within community-based participatory research.
And your CV lists you as your part of your service, pro bono research consultant from 2018 to 2020 with Denver Homeless Out Loud. Is that accurate?
This is, again, in collaboration with this research study. Correct.
All right. So let me sum up. The one study that you've identified that's relevant to the lawsuit was designed in collaboration with the plaintiffs, D-Hall.
I would clarify, if I may.
Sure.
The study was designed by academic researchers from the Department of Political Science and the Department of Health and Behavioral Sciences, with input from Denver Homeless Out Loud on how to reach this community, what questions they thought might be useful for this community, as well as reviewing other academic literature about these issues.
Right.
Thank you.
You call that collaboration?
Yes, collaboration, but not led by Denver Homeless Out Loud. I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay. And it was, in fact, carried out, executed the research in collaboration with D-Hall.
And again, just to clarify, in our research methods, the manner that the work was done was in partnership with them in order to reach these hard-to-reach populations and ensure that we were adequately surveying the population experiencing homelessness in Denver. But the majority of the research surveyors were myself, Dr. Tony Robinson, and other graduate students from the University of Colorado, Denver, who were trained in how to conduct a survey in an unbiased, accurate, scientific manner.
Okay, I thank you for all the detail. I am going to warn you, though, that the court's patience with me is not unlimited, and so I'm going to ask you to answer my yes/no questions a little bit shorter, and Mr. McNulty will have a chance to elaborate on anything he thinks you need to elaborate on. My last question on this topic is, you submitted 2 declarations to the court already, right?
Correct.
Why didn't you disclose your relationship with D-Hall to the court in either of those? Isn't it evidence of a potential bias or conflict of interest?
I disagree. I think it's very common in academic relationships to have these types of community partners. As you can see in all of my work, I approach research from a community-based participatory framework. So every research project that I do is in collaboration with some type of community partner, and this to me does not indicate bias.
Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about your current graduate program. You're pursuing a degree in health and behavioral sciences, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a social science, yes, not a medical degree of any kind?
It's a social science research program with an emphasis on health.
Okay, but not a medical degree?
No.
Okay. And the same is true of your master's degree?
It is a public health degree, not a medical degree.
Okay, so you don't have a degree in infectious disease, right?
No. I have coursework in, no.
Okay, or in epidemiology, or no medical degree of any kind, right?
I have coursework in epidemiology, but no formal degree. Correct.
So you have this degree in public health, and you're working towards another, but you've never worked for a public health agency.
I have interned in the previous years in public health agencies.
Okay. Have you ever administered a governmental program in public health?
No.
And you haven't published any research on COVID-19, right?
No.
Either as a disease or as a public health issue.
Correct.
And just to be sure, because there was a little bit of back and forth and some vagueness about what exactly you're being endorsed an expert in, that list of five separate areas of expertise that's in your first declaration, that's off the table now? It's only what Mr. McNulty said, the intersection of public health and homelessness?
Can you clarify what you're referring to?
When I refer to the 5 areas of expertise, there's a paragraph in your CV, which was just proposed as an exhibit. We can put it on the screen, I suppose, if you need to refer to it.
I have it in front of me if you just referred to, if you could reframe your question or rephrase your question so I know what you're referring to.
I guess my specific question is, are you, in intending to testify here today on anything other than the intersection broadly of public health and homelessness?
Well, Council, it actually was, I agree, there was a colloquy on this issue, but I think we ended up with housing impacts on health as the proposed field.
Are you intending to testify about housing impacts on COVID-19?
In terms of being able to read the academic literature, yes. I can share findings from the academic literature as an academic researcher from the peer-reviewed scientific literature.
And are you intending to testify on the potential spread of COVID-19 among the homeless population in Denver?
It is within my area of expertise to speak to the health issues that are being experienced by the homeless community in Denver. Yes.
Mr. Klingsborn, I am going to ask you to wrap it up soon.
Okay, Your Honor, then I guess we object to the endorsement as broad as it is. I would not object to going by the more specific endorsement in her declaration. General public health topics such as the risks inherent in cleaning of homeless encampments and steps that can be taken to mitigate those risks. If anything specific to epidemiological risks of COVID-19 or differential risks between encampments and shelters, I don't believe that we have a foundation for that in any research. In fact, the only research we have is clearly developed for political use in litigation such as this.
What's the Denver defendant's position on the introduction of Exhibit 5?
The CD? We don't object to the admitting the CD.
All right. Let me ask from the Colorado defendants, is there an objection to the admission of plaintiff's Exhibit 5?
There's no objection, Your Honor.
I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Can you get the mic closer to you?
Yeah, thank you. There's no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Is there an objection from the Colorado defendants to the court qualifying this witness under Rule 702 to provide opinion testimony in the field of housing impacts on health?
On behalf of the Governor, Your Honor, we take the same position as Denver does, and would typically note, I suppose, that it appears that this expertise is based on one article.
You don't turn away from the mic. You got the mic next to you, so speak into it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I can't. You're pretty far from me, and unless you're speaking into the mic, I can't hear you.
It appears that this expertise is based primarily on one article that was done by Ms. Westbrook. So yes, we share the concerns that have been raised by Denver and share their position.
All right, let me start with Exhibit 5. There's being no objection. Exhibit 5 is admitted into evidence. With respect to the objection of both sets of defendants, Colorado and Denver, to the qualification of Ms. Westbrook as an expert in the field of housing impacts on health, those objections are overruled. I will, however, note that some of the points raised by Mr. Klingsborn in his voir dire of the witness, in my mind, have some merit, and I will consider that in terms of considering the weight to give to Ms. Westbrook's testimony, as well as I did with the prior expert, the fact that parties have not had the opportunity under Rule 26, as they would in merits discovery, to exchange expert disclosures and endorse rebuttal experts. So with all those caveats, I am granting the plaintiff's request, and Ms. Westbrook will be qualified under Rule 702 to provide expert opinion testimony on the issue of housing impacts on health. You may proceed, Mr. McNulty.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Westbrook, did you author 2 declarations in this matter?
I did.
And could you turn to Exhibit 6, please?
Yes.
Is Exhibit 6 the first expert declaration you authored in this matter?
Yes.
Do you stand by the statements made and opinions rendered in that declaration?
I do.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit 6 into the record.
Is there an objection from the Denver defendant?
Your Honor, as to this declaration and what I anticipated the next proper exhibit, the follow declaration, we have the witness here. Your Honor has already received the declaration attachments to reply, initial motions that are part of your map of paper already, as you would object to again as evidence here.
And just so the record's clear, this other declaration referring to what exhibit?
Exhibit number 7, Your Honor.
So, why don't you, to save time, why don't you make a motion to admit both 6 and 7? Okay.
Sure, Your Honor. I make a motion to admit both 6 and 7.
Okay. Thank you for your objection, Mr. Cluesborn. Is there an objection to either or both of exhibits 6 and 7 from the Colorado defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. On behalf of the governor, we again share the position that Denver has taken and object to the admission of both declarations.
As I said before, if we were in a trial, the objections would clearly be sustained. Since we're in a hearing in which the rules of evidence do not apply or do not strictly apply, I will overrule them, and exhibits 6 and 7 are admitted into evidence.
All right, Ms. Westbrook, I want to just clear one thing up that was brought up by counsel for Denver during voir dire. Your affiliation and what he deemed as collaboration with Denver Health was disclosed in your CV that was submitted in this case. Is that right?
Denver Homeless Out Loud, just to clarify, yes.
Denver Homeless Out Loud, I'm sorry. Yes. All right, Ms. Westbrook, what do public health authorities say about clearing homeless encampments during COVID-19?
Homelessness is a public health issue, and the field of public health agrees that it is best resolved through housing rather than sweeps. As you can see through the Center for Disease Control's guidance on sweeps during COVID-19, the leading authorities on these issues, that they advise that without individual housing options available, people who are living unsheltered or in encampments should remain where they are.
Can we clarify who these persons are? Who's rendering these opinions? Ms. Westbrook?
The Center for Disease Control, sir.
Say that again?
I'm sorry, the Centers for Disease Control.
Okay. So how current are those positions that you're citing?
From the COVID-19 pandemic, sir.
So since the spring of this year?
Correct.
All right. Are you aware of any supplement or any opinion from the Center for Disease Control that has come out subsequent to the opinions that you're relying on?
No.
All right. You may resume your questions, Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if Your Honor is talking about the email that was submitted in this case and that Ms. Westbrook talked about as an opinion from the Centers for Disease Control, I think she could speak about that. But Ms. Westbrook, has there been anything handed down officially from under the headline of the CDC that has changed since the spring of this year about how to handle homeless encampments during the COVID-19 pandemic?
No, this is the guidance from the CDC, which has been supported by other agencies, organizations, as well as evidence from the peer-reviewed scientific literature.
Okay. What other public health authorities have come to the same conclusion and what other, let me rephrase that. What other governmental entities have come to the same conclusion as the CDC?
There's guidance from the state of Colorado's Department of Local Affairs related to homelessness during COVID-19, as well as the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development related to homelessness during COVID-19.
Okay, could you turn to Exhibit 11, please?
Yes.
Have you seen this exhibit before?
I have.
And can you tell me how you've come about seeing this?
This is publicly available online.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to admit Exhibit 11 into evidence. Okay.
Is this stipulated?
I don't believe it is, Your Honor.
Okay. Hold on, let me call my... Is there an objection from the Denver defendants?
Yes, Your Honor. Simply because it's available online, I don't think it's sufficient foundation for admitting it into evidence.
Is there an objection from the Colorado defendants?
The same, as expressed by Denver, Your Honor.
What about the, Mr. McNulty? I mean,
Sure, I can lay a little bit more foundation.
hold on, let me finish my
I
comment.
apologize.
While the rules of evidence don't strictly apply, I did say before that when an item would otherwise not be admissible in the evidence were the rules to be applicable, that I would take the content, the weight of that content in mind in terms of how much weight, rather, to attribute to it. As we all know, and have learned in recent years, you can say anything on the internet. Right? And some things are horribly inaccurate and untrue. And the fact that that words or pictures exist in the internet doesn't make them admissible, even in a relaxed evidentiary framework. So how do you respond to the objection?
I would respond by asking the court permission to lay a little bit more foundation, if that's acceptable.
And the foundation would give me a greater sense of the reliability, the indicia of reliability of the information in this document.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, proceed.
Ms. Westbrook, you said that this is readily available online. Where is this document readily available online?
I apologize for not clarifying. This is readily available on the DOLA website.
And when you say DOLA, is that the Colorado Department of Local Affairs?
Correct.
And is this guidance listed on their website relating to COVID-19 and homelessness?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask to move to admit this exhibit based on that.
Let me ask the witness, what is the Colorado Department of Local Affairs? I'm not familiar with that.
It's an agency within the state that provides lots of different resources. They have a housing and COVID-19 resource. If you go to cdola.colorado.gov/housing-COVID-19, you'll find a list of homelessness resources. And under state resources is where the recommended local strategic approaches for COVID-19 response are located.
All right. Okay, the objections by the defendants are overruled. I'm going to admit Exhibit 11 because the rules of evidence don't strictly apply here. But the caveats I stated before in terms of the weight that I'm going to attribute to both this exhibit and any testimony about this exhibit continue to hold. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. What does the Colorado Department of Local Affairs say about clearing homeless encampments during the COVID-19 pandemic?
The document from DOLA recommends local approaches for COVID-19 response for individuals experiencing homelessness to help minimize the possibility of transmission of COVID-19 in this high-risk population. It not only includes triage screening instructions, including the option for individuals to remain unsheltered with appropriate outreach and social distancing. On page 3, it also includes the CDC guideline that individuals not be forcibly swept, which can cause people to disperse throughout the community and break connections with service providers. It also recommends nearby restroom facilities with functional water taps stocked with hand hygiene materials and bath tissue, 24-hour access to these types of facilities, or portable latrines with hand washing facilities for encampments more than 10 people if facilities are not available nearby.
Is this guidance from DOLA consistent with the other public health authority that you've seen and their guidance relating to COVID-19 and homeless encampments?
Yes, it is.
Does that include guidance from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development?
Yes, this document is similar.
Have you seen a document that relays guidance from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development?
Yes.
And did you rely on that document in forming your opinions in this case?
I did.
Okay, and where have you found that document from previously?
This document is also available online.
Okay. And is it available from the official HUD website?
Yes, it's available on files.hudexchange.info.
All right, Your Honor, and
What document are we talking about?
we're moving to the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Which is?
Yeah. So I was
Which is what?
Exhibit 15, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you. Ms. Westbrook, would you pull up Exhibit 15?
Yes,
Is that the document we were just referring to?
it was.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit Exhibit 15.
There's an objection from the defendants.
Your Honor, I'm not sure what HUDexchange.info is as opposed to the HUD website. Our objection would be similar to our prior objection about Foundation Providence.
Objection from the Colorado defendants.
And we share the foundation objection, Your Honor.
1 second here. Ms. Westbrook, is this the most recent guidance from the Department of Housing and Urban Development on this issue of encampments and infectious diseases, to your knowledge?
Yes, and to my knowledge, yes. And just for everyone's information, hudexchange.info is a website maintained by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
It's dated March 26th, so it's right at the very beginning of the pandemic, at least in this country. Would you agree with that?
Correct. Yes.
1 second. All right, I am going to overrule the objections. Exhibit 15 is admitted into evidence, but Mr. McNulty, I need you to tie this together with the CDC guidance, and so that it just makes it's a more cohesive whole, at least from your perspective.
Sure, Your Honor. I'm happy to do so. Ms. Westbrook, how does this guidance relate to the CDC guidance, and do they have anything in common?
Yes, this document clearly connects to the CDC guidance in that it provides detail on how to protect the health and well-being of people living in encampments during an infectious disease outbreak, particularly for those who remain unsheltered, with the same types of recommendations, for example, that they set up tents 12 feet by 12 feet of space per individual, as well as the fact that they state that during community spread of COVID-19, encampments may be the most immediate reasonable alternative to congregate shelters. And similar to CDC guidelines, as well as the DOLA guidelines, it mentions some ideas, including encampment cleaning schedules to be implemented with appropriate cleaning and disinfecting measures, nearby restrooms with functional water taps, hygiene materials, and 24/7 with a 24/7 availability and regular cleaning and sanitizing. Similarly, they recommend communication about health practices with the unhoused community, providing hand sanitizer and hygiene products on a regular basis, and setting up a protocol for reporting symptoms and coordinating medical care as needed with this community.
All right. Is there a consensus amongst the public health authorities about whether clearing encampments during COVID-19 is a proper public health response?
As highlighted by both of these documents, as well as the guidance from the CDC and leading health and homelessness researchers around the country, sweeps can disperse individuals from areas close to resources and break up networks of social service support and community ties that help people cope with the dangers of an infectious disease outbreak, leading to negative health and safety consequences. And I would also add that we have seen through the data as well in the evidence-based literature that the spread of COVID-19 over the past many months has been much lower in encampments than it has been in congregate shelters.
author a study about the negative health consequences of the sweeps on homeless individuals?
Yes, I authored a study on the health and safety impacts of the urban camping ban.
And is that Key Turns Exhibit 8?
Yes.
Is Exhibit 8 the study that you authored?
Exhibit 8 is the community report that was created, and we also have a peer-reviewed scientific journal article that was published in the Journal of Social Distress and Homelessness.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit 8.
An objection from the Denver defendant?
We have a relevant objection, Your Honor. This study was apparently long before COVID, and in addition to the qualifications that I mentioned in voir dire, I'm not sure why we're not doing the peer-reviewed version of the study rather than the self-published form.
All right. Is there an objection to Exhibit 8 from the Colorado defendant?
Again, Your Honor, we share Denver's objection to this exhibit.
What about that, Mr. McNulty? Why are we seeing this version of the study?
That seems to be my mistake, Your Honor, that I submitted the wrong copy of it. So I'll own that.
Is the final peer review iteration or edition of this document labeled as an exhibit?
It is not, Your Honor. It is not.
Let me ask Ms. Westbrook, how much did the contents of your report change between the time that it was authored in this form and when it got published in a peer-reviewed journal?
I would say the data was reviewed and rerun to ensure that there were no issues. The literature review is slightly different for an academic audience than for a community audience, but I stand by the takeaways in this report that are the same takeaways as the peer-reviewed journal article.
When you say the takeaways, what are you referring to?
The conclusions in this report are the same as the conclusions in the academic peer-reviewed journal article.
Is that
on the health and safety? Excuse me.
Is that what's contained in the executive summary, or is it summarized elsewhere? Your takeaways.
It is summarized in the executive summary, correct?
Okay, are you representing to me under oath that the executive summary, the contents of the executive summary of this document is the same in all material respects to your conclusions or executive summary or however it was labeled in your final peer-reviewed article?
I would say yes, with the caveat that I would want to cross-check the numbers as we did rerun to confirm any analyses. So the percentages may be shifting by maybe 1% or something like that, but that's the only caveat I would provide. Otherwise, yes, these are our conclusions.
So when you reran the data, the percentage results that are shown here in the executive summary, you're saying to me changed by no more than 1%?
Again, without having both documents in front of me to confirm and the time to confirm, I don't feel comfortable acknowledging that, but I would just like to state for the record that if anything is slightly different, it is just because we reran all of our data to make sure our analyses were correct.
Do you have your peer-reviewed article there in front of you that you could review the executive summary and tell me if what you just said is accurate?
I can pull up the article, though it would take me longer than 5 minutes or so to review, as the structure of the academic article does not summarize these data points in the same manner.
Your Honor, I may elaborate on our objections.
You may.
The self-published version, which submitted as a proposed exhibit is very much an advocacy document. As I said, it was part of the Camp Ballot Initiative. There are many references to that ballot initiative, as well as additional features that I doubt are seen in the scientific articles, such as day in the life of, photographs, interviews with homeless people, frequently asked questions about the ballot initiative, and so on. So even if the executive summary or the data conclusions are identical, as Ms. Westbrook states, I don't think the two documents are really comparable.
Yeah, Mr. McNulty, I'll let you respond.
Your Honor, I think at this point I just withdraw the exhibit.
I wish you would have said that 10 minutes ago.
I know, well, so do I, honestly.
All right. It's good that you did, because I think Mr. Klingsporn's points were very well taken, and I was going to sustain on that basis. All right, so the plaintiff's offer of Exhibit 8 is withdrawn.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
In the peer-reviewed version of that study, did you find that there are certain health effects that the sweeps impose on homeless folks?
Yes. So for homeless individuals who have been told by police to not use shelter or have had shelter taken from them, they experience higher rates of exposure, leading to heat stroke, dehydration, and frostbite, depending on the season of the year. We also know from this research, as well as other peer-reviewed research, that sweeps lead to interruption of groups that have formed, largely for safety. And this leads people to move more often, and they're more likely to move to isolated locations where they're further from services and more likely to experience negative health outcomes such as physical assault or sexual assault. We also show through our peer-reviewed research that interactions with police lead to further sleep issues, which are linked to a cascade of other physical and mental health problems. And it's not only the physical police contact itself, but also the fear of police or law enforcement contact that undermines the health of Denver's homeless residents. And lastly, we also documented through our research that there are many reasons why people choose to avoid congregate shelter systems and sleep outside.
Are these the health effects you noted in your study? How do they relate to COVID-19, and are they exacerbated by the pandemic?
Yes. So in our study, we document several items that I think are important to add here. The strategy for staying healthy during the COVID-19 pandemic is to stay home, wear a mask, be able to distance 6 feet apart, and avoid crowds. And we know that during COVID-19, many people experiencing homelessness in Denver have sought to sleep outside rather than to sleep in congregate shelters for the fear of being exposed to COVID-19. In our study, we also document the difficulty of finding bathrooms and places to attend to personal hygiene, which was prior to COVID-19. And we know that many institutions are now closed to the public, making that even more difficult. The health issues I mentioned previously are also compounded by the real concern of contracting COVID-19, as this is a high-risk population with higher rates of chronic health conditions than the general population.
Have you reviewed the literature relating to the risk of contracting COVID-19 in shelters versus in encampments?
Your Honor, renew our objection to testimony about COVID-19. We don't think she endorsed as an expert. She's simply restating studies.
I'm going to overrule. I think there's a limit to the way they can give to this first summary of studies without the studies in front of me, but it's not that they have no weight, so I'll allow it. So you may proceed, Mr. McNulty.
Do you need me to repeat my question, Ms. Westbrook?
No. So congregate shelters do expose homeless individuals to greater risk of exposure to COVID-19 than encampments. As I had listed in my declaration, the scientific studies that back that statement.
And why do those studies say that congregate shelters are more dangerous for homeless individuals during COVID-19 than encampments?
Homeless shelters are a high-risk setting because the population is already at increased risk of infection, as well as the challenges of adequate social distancing in shared facilities indoors. We know that COVID-19 is less transmittable in open air settings, and that's why encampments can be a solution to avoiding COVID-19.
So as someone who has done research on housing and encampments and the homeless, what public health interventions are available to address any issues relating to spread of disease or sanitation or even rodent infestation in encampments?
I would refer everyone to review the HUD document, as HUD provides a detailed list of essential encampment services to help prevent the spread of infectious diseases, including key services, public works provisions, and access to health care. This is listed on page 11 of Exhibit 7, and it includes items such as regular on-site medical and behavioral health care services, case management, restrooms, drinking water, food storage, harm reduction services, regular trash removal and pest control, biohazard waste removal, and more.
Have you've reviewed a lot of the literature relating to homeless encampments in your work. Have you ever seen any published public health guidance or study that says clearing encampments is the proper way to address issues relating to the spread of disease, sanitation, or rodent infestation?
No.
Ms. Westbrook, ultimately from a public health perspective, is clearing encampments during COVID-19 the proper response?
No.
Why not?
The field of public health, of which I am a part, continues to be an advocate for housing as a response to homelessness, as I know we all agree on. The American Public Health Association's policy statement in 2017 on housing and homelessness as a public health issue notes that criminalization measures in effect across the U.S. that target activities associated with homelessness are not only ineffective in reducing homelessness and costly to enforce, but serve as a barrier to income and housing stability. That's the end of the quote, but ultimately those things are the things that we're striving for in support of the homeless community. Further, I would just add that as you can see through the HUD document as well as the CDC guidelines, they acknowledge that helping people experiencing homelessness into housing is the best preventive measure for the spread of infectious disease.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination by the defendant.
Hello again, Ms. Westbrook. Just one more point about your partnership with D-Hole. Is it fair to say that your collaboration with D-Hole was a partnership on this past study?
It was a collaboration to, again, research the evidence-based practices and understand the experiences of people experiencing homelessness in Denver.
So, yes or no, a partnership?
I'm not sure what you mean by partnership, but okay, a partnership.
Okay, because you called it a partnership on that presentation, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then let's get to the heart of your position here, and I'm quoting from your rebuttal declaration now, paragraph 20. Denver's congregate shelters are objectively more dangerous, that's your emphasis, to public health during COVID-19 than encampments. And I think you just said that you have to rely on other literature for that conclusion because you haven't done the studies yourself. Is that correct?
I have a very specific area of expertise, so I do not claim to study all of these topics. And yes, upon reviewing the scientific literature on these topics, that is the conclusion that I came to.
And what are the scientific studies that show that congregate shelters, particularly in Denver, but I'll take anywhere, are objectively more dangerous to public health than encampments?
There are several listed in my declarations, but I would urge you to focus on paragraph 21 of Exhibit 7, where there is a local study led by Dr. Sarah Rowan, an associate professor of internal medicine at the University of Colorado School of Medicine and a specialist in infectious disease. She's also employed by Denver Health, where that she confirms other public health literature showing that COVID-19 spreads extremely quickly within congregate facilities, and she shows that the risk of COVID-19 is lower in encampments than in congregate shelters.
Okay, good. I thought you'd say because the only study that I saw that you relied on for that statement was Dr. Rowan's study. But that was just a snapshot in time, correct?
That was from October of 2020.
Right, but the study was in October. But regardless of what month, Dr. Rowan's study simply took a snapshot of the testing, one point in time during a rapidly changing epidemic, right?
As would be any study, and there are other studies that I did reference that have taken these types of data at different points in time, correct?
And do you remember how Dr. Rowan selected her subjects?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember that it was voluntary participation? In other words, people tested were self-selected. It wasn't a random sample.
This is common for studies with communities experiencing homelessness, as they are hard to reach populations.
Sure, but common or not, that's accurate, right? It's not a randomized study. It was self-selected people here testing, right?
Correct. You cannot force someone to be tested for COVID-19.
Of course not. And she didn't, Dr. Rowan, I'm talking about now, she didn't perform a complete multivariable analysis of the data, right?
She was reporting on the differences between COVID-19 cases and exposures for those staying in congregate shelters compared to those staying in campus.
But it wasn't a multivariable study. It wasn't controlled. In addition to not being random, she didn't control for factors. She didn't do the kind of statistical analysis that the ideal public health study would be, right? Again, it was just a snapshot in time. Isn't that right?
I would argue as a public health researcher that this research is valid in the same way that any other study would be valid. It was also published in the Annals of Internal Medicine in 2020.
You're saying Dr. Rowan's study was a published peer-reviewed study in the Annals of Internal Medicine?
I'm sorry, I should have clarified. Recent studies that confirm this research were published in the Annals of Internal Medicine in 2020 as well.
And those are studies that compare the risk in Denver's congregate shelters to those in Denver's encampments?
This compares other homeless shelters as high-risk settings for COVID transmission in other locations around the United States.
And was that a statistical model, or did they actually go do testing, random samples, and multivariable analysis?
I would have to review the research once more. I did not include that in my declaration.
Okay. In fact, there are no studies that compare the risk of COVID-19 in Denver shelters with the risk of these encampments in that kind of systematic way, are there?
I would argue that Dr. Rowan's study is adequate information to be able to make these conclusions. The type of research that you're suggesting, a very systematic type of research, takes a very long time, and in this type of emergency public health situation, I understand the need for more up-to-date, quick information.
Okay. I agree with all of that, but I think you also agree with me that it's simply one snapshot and that the evidence isn't there yet, right? Too soon.
I would say in Denver, Colorado, this is one of many snapshots. We've seen other organizations come out with testing data, as well as across the United States. We've seen other researchers show the data that corroborates this response.
Do you have specific studies in mind, or are you just speaking generally?
I can continue to pull up the studies that I referenced in my declarations, but they are all scientific literature studies that are cited in that declaration.
No need to do that. Let me talk briefly about your study that you co-authored with D-Hole. And D-Hole conducted the surveys on which that...
I object to the premise of that, the first premise of that question. It wasn't a question. He said that she co-authored a study with D-Hole, Your Honor. I don't think that's proper to be part of the question.
Well, I let the witness say whether that's an accurate statement or not. I mean, but just so we get clarity in the record, Counsel D-Hole, you're talking about the plaintiff, Denver Homeless Out Loud.
Denver Homeless Out Loud. I believe that's their own acronym and how they often refer to themselves. If I'm wrong, I'm happy to
No, that's fine. I'm comfortable using it. I just want to make sure that the record's clear.
Very well, yeah.
And Ms. Westbrook heard my response to the objection. The objection is overruled. You may continue the question, and if you have a problem with the predicate of the question, Ms. Westbrook, you can tell us. Go ahead, Counsel.
Thank you. My question was simply about the logistics. D-Hole conducted the surveys, and then the de-identified survey data were delivered to you and Dr. Robinson, right?
That is not correct. Just to clarify, when you first asked the question, Denver Homeless Out Loud is not a co-author on the scientific study. That's myself and Dr. Tony Robinson. And then to clarify the recruitment and the data collection procedures, I myself was the primary data surveyor. We had other data surveyors, not only myself, but also from the University of Colorado, Denver, who are graduate students, as well as several community members associated with Denver Homeless Out Loud who wanted to be participants. We led several trainings to ensure that folks did not talk about the study or the aims of the study until folks had finished filling out the survey to avoid introducing any type of bias or individual interest into participants as they took the study. And I would also just clarify that Denver Homeless Out Loud and the main organizers were not a part of the data collection. As I mentioned as well, or as you mentioned as well, I'm sorry, the de-identified information was all entered into survey software by myself as well as a few other of those graduate surveyors.
So Ms. Howard and D-Hole helped construct the survey, but Ms. Howard, for instance, did not survey any of the participants in the survey. Is that what you're telling me?
Ms. Howard was a part of the conversation of designing the study, provided input to the survey questions, and largely the data collection was left to the team from CU Denver, with Ms. Howard, for example, providing input on areas to potentially survey, recruiting volunteers to help with the survey process and things like that.
Mr. Klinsborn, where are you going with this line of questions?
I'm going, again, similar to my prior discussion of the study, that was not admitted but discussed at length in the direct, simply the scientific caveats and qualifications to the study.
All right. I'll allow a few more questions on this, but after that, I'd like you to move on.
Thank you. So, in short, Ms. Westbrook, and to the extent you can answer these yes or no, that would be appreciated. The study was not a random sample. Again, it was self-selected participants, correct?
I'm sorry, these aren't yes or no questions. So our study was folks available on the street who are interested in participating in the survey with a compensation of a bus ticket, which is very common procedure. As I would mention, again, this is a hard-to-reach population. Our sampling included going to various different locations to ensure that we were not getting solely folks who might go to day shelters or solely folks who might be waiting in line for a hot meal, but a variety of different locations to avoid some of these biases that you're referencing. And I would just like to include that, again, these survey mechanisms and procedures and methods were all approved by the journal that accepted our research.
I believe you said the journal that accepted their research.
Yes, peer-reviewed scientific journal article. Thank you.
Honestly, Ms. Westbrook, I'm not trying to impugn your objectivity. I'm simply trying, I think what I asked was, it was not a random sample, it was self-selected, and you answered yes. That's correct. The participants were voluntary, right?
They were voluntary. They were voluntary, but self-selection means something slightly different in the academic literature.
Okay, thank you. But it wasn't a study of infectious disease, much less COVID-19, because that didn't exist at that time, right?
Correct.
And you weren't comparing camps or encampments with shelters.
We had a page of data collecting information about people's experiences with shelters. Correct.
Okay. And you admit that one of the limitations of the study is its reliance on people's own reporting, right? And their potentially flawed or selective memories, which can be inaccurate, right?
Yes, this is the case with any self-reported data.
Okay. And you mentioned the sleep part of the study, and I believe your survey showed that only 29% of Denver's homeless get more than 6 hours of sleep a night, something along those lines. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any idea what that would be for the general population if you asked people to report their own sleep habits? In other words,
I do not. That was not included in the study.
Okay. You also claimed in the study, and I think maybe on direct, I could be wrong about that, that Denver has more homeless people sleeping on the streets than there are available shelter beds. You believe that?
I did not say that in my direct examination, but I would argue that there are many reasons why homeless individuals will choose not to go to congregate shelters, and so in that manner, there is not a bed that makes sense for someone in their individual situation.
So when you say available shelter beds, you mean available shelter beds that every person would agree to go to, that they would prefer?
Correct. Not that they would prefer, but that makes sense for their situation.
Okay. And I know you said on direct that that your study showed that there were not enough bathroom sanitary facilities. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, but that's 2 years ago. That doesn't take into account the current situation.
This is correct, and my only instance is that during COVID-19, many public establishments where individuals experiencing homelessness would normally use the restroom, that those establishments are now closed.
Do you know whether or not Denver opened any more public hand washing and restroom facilities since COVID-19? Do you know one way or the other?
I've seen the map that was included in the resources for the case.
Okay. Now, in your declaration, you claim that, quote, sweeps and camping ban enforcement have negative health impacts on homeless individuals, which could lead to an increased risk of contraction of COVID-19, right?
Yes.
But you cite to your study, which predated COVID and had all the other limitations that we just agreed on, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to summarize your argument as people experiencing homelessness are generally unhealthier, so they're probably more susceptible to COVID-19?
That's one piece of the argument, yes, that these folks are experiencing higher rates of chronic conditions that put them at higher risk of contracting COVID-19.
Okay. But you don't have any studies or evidence to show that's actually the case. It's more of a supposition or a theoretical conclusion.
There is documentation of this to be the case through organizations such as the Centers for Disease Control, showing that these populations are at higher risk of contracting the virus.
Right, but I want to distinguish between being at higher risk and actually being that risk manifesting. Are you aware of any studies that show that that homeless individuals are actually at an increased risk of contraction of COVID? Again, accepting that it's early days and those studies may still be in progress and not published, but I'm not aware of any. Are you?
I would prefer not to answer that question, as I don't feel like I have potentially the most up-to-date data.
That's fine. I appreciate that. You also state that forcing homeless individuals into...
Counsel, where are you reading from, just so we're clear on the record?
Thank you. Page 14 of the declaration.
There's two declarations.
I'm sorry.
There's two declarations. This
is the first declaration, not the rebuttal declaration.
Okay.
Exhibit 7.
Okay.
On page 14, you state that, quote, forcing homeless individuals into congregate shelters exposes them to significantly increased risk of contracting COVID-19. Is that accurate?
Just to clarify, this is Exhibit 6. Correct.
Okay. Setting aside the fact that no one is forcing homeless individuals into shelters, the data doesn't support that conclusion either, does it?
As I cited, there are various news articles that have shown that shelter residents had a higher rate of COVID-19, and those are included on page 15.
Okay, news articles and maybe Dr. Rowan's study that we already spent a lot of time talking about?
And again, these are typically the most up-to-date sources for rapidly changing situations.
Okay, thank you for mentioning up-to-date sources. Have you reviewed the materials that Denver submitted to the court when it asked for information about testing?
Yes.
Okay. And that data showed actually very similar positivity rates comparing test results from shelters with test results from encampments. Do you remember that?
Can you clarify the document number you're referring to so I can pull that up?
Would it refresh your memory if I showed you the document?
I have them in my computer. If you just would let me know what document number you're referring to.
Well, she has the exhibits.
It's not going to.
Just tell her what to pull up.
Okay, it's not an exhibit that's been admitted yet.
Oh, well, we're using it for refreshing recollection.
Yes, Your Honor.
So go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Farley, could you bring up exhibit A5, specifically page 3? A5. Page 3. I'll give you a chance to review this. What I'm looking particularly is in the upper right-hand corner where it compares shelters and encampments.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm following.
Okay. And that shows, would you agree that the difference, one is 4%, the other is 3%, do you agree that's a statistically insignificant difference in this context?
I would have to run the data myself in order to confirm that.
Okay. Well, I think you stated, yes, in your rebuttal declaration, paragraph 26, you concluded that, quote, those who stayed in Denver's congregate shelters were 4 times as likely to have COVID-19 as those who were at the Lincoln Park encampment.
That was from prior data.
Okay. So you agree with me that this more up-to-date and complete data shows virtually no difference between shelters and encampments as far as the positivity rate in the latest data?
Yes, but I would like to know of those tested at encampments, again, bringing up the voluntary nature that you brought up with my study as well. Are these folks who thought that they were COVID positive who might have come forward to be tested?
Good. Well, this data, since you mentioned Dr. Rowan's study, this data includes Dr. Rowan's study, doesn't it?
That would make sense.
Okay. So when you include that study, which you rely on with all the other data in this Denver Public Health document, what you actually end up with is data that shows that the positivity rate between the two are the same. So your conclusion that the risk of greater COVID contraction, the risk is greater in shelters than in encampments, isn't supported by the data, is it?
And I would again just mention that it's the risk that we're really concerned about. And so while the data right now may show this, which I would be very happy to see that there's not a significant difference and that shelters are able to separate people adequately, but I would just again say that people are still choosing to sleep on the street for fear of contracting COVID-19, which they might have a higher risk of doing that in a shelter.
Ms. Westbrook, we are on the same wavelength. I was just about to turn to that subject. And your larger conclusion, I think you called encampment a potential solution to the public health risks in the pandemic. Did I get that right?
I do think that during COVID-19, people should be allowed to stay in place.
But you can't point to any data or evidence to support your conclusion that cleaning encampments in Denver has contributed to the spread of COVID, can you?
Again, as I mentioned, the data that I have to rely on and the guidance that I have to rely on simply says that regular maintenance and cleaning are what is suggested from a public health perspective during this time.
Okay, but that wasn't really my question. My question was, is there any data showing that anyone has actually caught COVID from disrupting a campsite or to the public health issue, that the risk to any population can be shown to have increased because of a cleaning of an encampment or a public health area restriction of an encampment?
As one would expect with a population that's already very hard to reach, this is very hard data to come by.
Okay.
So is that a no?
I think Ms. Westbrook and I agree that there is no data to show that.
It wasn't clear to me.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. It wasn't clear to me what your answer, ma'am, to the specific question was. It seemed like you said that you agreed with counsel. You are not aware of any study or data that shows in a statistically significant way that the rate of infection for individuals who have moved out of encampments increased by the fact that they've moved out of the encampments. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, and the only addition I would make is that based on the research that I have done, as well as research that I have read from other peer-reviewed journal articles, I am solely stipulating that the risk of moving increases health and safety risks in this population in a normal time, and so it is my understanding and expectation that it would also increase the risk of COVID-19 during this time.
All right, you may proceed, Council.
Thank you, Eric. Ms. Westbrook, let's widen the focus a little bit here beyond just COVID-19. If you leave an encampment unaddressed, you increase other health risks as well, like hepatitis A, shigellosis, trench fever. Isn't that correct?
I would like to see that data again. It's very hard to track people leaving encampments.
Well, as a public health expert, wouldn't you think that the risk of such communicable diseases increases in conditions when people are sleeping rough in large groups?
Yes, they do experience higher rates of infectious disease, but I'm not an infectious disease expert, so I couldn't speak to those specific types of outcomes.
Right. Well, you spoke about COVID, which is why I'm asking you about these other diseases, but you didn't consider them in your declarations or in your conclusions, right? You just considered the risk of COVID?
Correct.
Okay. But a public health agency like DDPHE has to consider those kinds of risks, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and with the guidance provided by some of those agencies, I think those are the appropriate steps to take in regular maintenance to make sure that those don't become issues in encampments.
Okay, so you'd agree that DDPHE has to serve as a steward for all members of the community, right?
Of course.
And the
Of course.
Yeah. Okay, that's the fundamental job of public health, right?
To look out for the health of the community and high-risk populations, of course.
One more question about this, these various guidances that you talked about in your direct examination from the CDC, from DOLA, from the Housing and Urban Development. I believe you testified they're all consistent with each other, right?
Yes, they have threads that are very common, though they may suggest slightly different suggestions of how to proceed based on the document.
So it's a difference in emphasis, you might say, or in how you operationalize those recommendations. But they're all essentially the same guidance. Is this the consensus you're talking about?
Yes, there's a consensus that sweeps are not the solution to this issue at the moment, and that they provide a list of alternative suggestions for ways to keep camps clean, safe, and healthy so that people can stay in place during the pandemic.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that there's not multiple different guidelines. There's several guidelines all saying basically the same thing.
Correct.
Okay. And you, as in your expert testimony, aren't saying anything different or additional to those guidelines. You don't have that expertise, I don't think. But just to make it clear on the record, you're not saying the CDC has gone too far in one way or not enough in another. You're just saying Denver should abide by these guidelines that the CDC and other agencies put out. Is that right?
Correct. The general guidelines from the Centers for Disease Control are what the public health professionals should use as their base starting point.
Okay. Final topic. I want to talk about the last part of your declaration. And I think you do this in both your declarations, where you compare Denver with other cities. You don't compare data from Denver with data from these other cities you just finished talking about, right? You're just citing.
I do include data from other cities in terms of the comparison of rates of COVID between homeless encampments and shelters, as we discussed already.
Okay. But other than that, when you're talking about how Denver should have followed the consensus represented by these other cities, you're just citing news reports about other municipalities who have, you say, stopped clearing homeless encampments or stopped enforcing laws that result in homeless encampments being displaced, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, are you aware, did you know that Denver did the same at the start of the pandemic, that it stopped clearing in campus?
Yes.
Okay. But when conditions deteriorated and created a public health hazard, it resumed cleanings. You aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did you go back and see what happened in these other cities that your report mentioned?
Not after the time of the submission of the declaration.
Okay. Well, one of the cities you mentioned is Oakland, right?
Correct.
But Oakland has resumed its cleanups and recently passed new rules forbidding encampments around schools and other sensitive areas. Did you know that?
And the resolution that I had referenced in my declaration said recommendations against clearing encampments unless individual housing units are available. So I would imagine that they had resolved that issue and have adequate housing arrangements for everyone.
I don't see why they would pass new rules in September forbidding encampments if that were the case. But let's move on to Portland. You mentioned Portland as another city that Denver should follow, but they resumed cleanups in May. Did you know that? Did you?
I'm not aware.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, I'm not aware.
No need to apologize. And you pointed to Reno as another possible model, but they not only have resumed cleanups, but they just contracted with a waste management company because they needed so much help remediating hazards associated with encampment along their river. Did you know that?
I did not.
Okay. Finally, Los Angeles and Chico were other cities you referenced, correct?
Correct.
And Chico has resumed cleanups and banned camping for the first time. And even the LA City Council is considering an anti-encampment ordinance this week, I think. Were you aware of that?
I was not, but again, in all of these articles, they discuss the efforts to partner with organizations, not only to provide resources, food, educational outreach, but also individual housing situations. And so I would need to review that and see if those have been met.
Okay, but the broader point is apparently there's a public health consensus. It's just the opposite of what you claim it is, right?
I prefer not to respond to that.
Fair enough. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination from the Colorado defendant.
Good afternoon, Ms. Westbrook. Just a few questions for you. You referred to Exhibit 11, which is entitled Recommended Local Strategic Approaches for COVID-19 Response. It actually goes on a little bit further than that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that this document, which is from the Department of Local Affairs, emphasizes local responses, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Local coordination is essential.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's the whole... I'm sorry. Okay. Could you repeat your response? I interrupted in the court before we can get it.
Oh, I apologize. I just mentioned that they note local coordination is essential.
Right, okay. The Department of Local Affairs doesn't do their own public health research, do they? That is, they depend on the research that other organizations have done, correct?
I would imagine so.
Okay, and this document, in fact, refers repeatedly to the CDC recommendations, doesn't it?
Correct.
And so they're essentially passing on the CDC recommendations as part of their emphasis on local coordination of what to do about homeless encampments, correct?
It seems to be so.
Okay. And just briefly, with respect to the CDC guidance, the CDC guidance that you referred to speaks to the risk of COVID-19 and not other health concerns, right?
Correct.
Okay. And it doesn't recommend that homeless encampments stay intact no matter how severe the health concerns may be in any particular encampment, right?
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that point.
So it's your feeling that the CDC recommends that homeless encampments stay put no matter how serious the health concerns may be. Is that right?
I think that they specify that there are suggestions for how to deal with some of these situations. I think the overwhelming consensus is not to sleep encampments to resolve these issues.
Okay. And there are other health concerns that arise in homeless encampments that don't have anything to do with COVID-19, you agree?
Of course.
Yeah. Rat infestation is one, right? Is that a yes?
Yes, I apologize, yes.
And the presence of human waste is another problem, potential problem?
Yes, again, many of these issues because of a lack of availability for restrooms and adequate sanitary procedures.
Okay, and uncapped needles is another problem common to encampments, correct?
And again, due to a lack of harm reduction opportunities, connections to services, or adequate needle facilities.
Okay. And you're not aware of the health conditions that existed in Lincoln Park in Denver? You're not aware of the health conditions that existed in Lincoln Park in Denver in July of 2020, correct?
Just from reading the news about the different issues that were discussed in the news articles.
Okay, but you're not personally aware, is that right?
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you, Ms. Westbrook. Thank you.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Westbrook, does a city's decision to clear a homeless encampment, is it published in any public health journals anywhere?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Sure. Do public health journals look to cities to determine what appropriate public health policy is?
I would say there's national guidance from the Centers for Disease Control, and then as well, as has been discussed, the opportunity to adopt that locally.
I think that a better question I have, I guess, is just because a city decides to presume clearing homeless encampments, does that mean that that's in accordance with public health guidelines?
Federal guidelines, no.
So the fact that a few cities across the country have started clearing homeless encampments, does that affect what the best practices are relating to encampments from a public health perspective?
No.
Now, Mr. Klingsport asked you a couple questions about, for example, hepatitis A and shiganosis. I can never say that disease. Shiganosis, I think? Shiganosis is how you say it. Would clearing encampments risk the spread of those diseases?
Presumably, yes. Again, not being an expert in those types of communicable diseases, I would defer to folks who can speak to that.
Now, you cite a lot of studies in your declaration about outbreaks in shelters across the country. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Do you cite a study about an outbreak, for example, in Kings County, Washington?
Correct.
Okay. And you cite one about outbreak in San Francisco?
Correct.
Have you seen any studies, data, anything about COVID-19 outbreaks in encampments?
Only to show the comparison with outbreaks in congregate shelters being higher.
So have you seen any studies where the conclusion is that homeless encampments are a center for outbreaks and are dangerous during the pandemic?
No.
But you've seen a lot of studies that say the opposite, right? That congregate shelters are a risk for outbreaks during the pandemic. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, there's a lot of talk about the difference in the data between congregate shelters and and encampments here in Denver. But the risk of congregate shelters is not the only risk related to clearing encampments. Is that right?
Correct.
What are the other risks?
As I mentioned, especially in relationship to the study that I worked on, there are several risks of people being moved. Not only does it affect their health and their safety, as we see people moving to more isolated locations that are frequently more dangerous locations in order to avoid further sweeps or further interaction with law enforcement. We also see that this disrupts service provision and that it disrupts the ability of these community members to form groups within which they share resources, access to information, and updated health information. I think I would be remiss if I didn't mention that this is a community that already has a digital divide in accessing information about coronavirus and other risks. And so being in community with other folks is a really important element of folks experiencing homelessness, moving out of homelessness.
I have one last question. Is clearing encampments the only tool that a city has to prevent the problems that Mr. Klingsborn talked about, like needles and human waste and trash and rodents?
No.
Would taking away that tool prevent them from taking those steps?
To clarify, taking away the clearing of encampments,
correct,
would that impede on their ability? No, it would not. There are many other opportunities that the city has through public services, social services, to be able to provide the types of resources necessary for this group of people experiencing homelessness.
Have you seen any public health guidance, data, studies, anything that says the solution to the problems highlighted by Mr. Klingsborn is to clear encampments?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I have a question for the witness. Ms. Westbrook, are you aware of any studies that looked at whether there was a positive or negative public health result for the community beyond the homeless population when a camp is removed?
I have not seen such data.
I'm thinking now specifically an encampment near a school or an encampment near some clinic or hospital. Are you aware of one of the things in context of a motion for preliminary injunction that I have to consider is a balancing of the interests, and one of them is the public interest. And public interest, of course, you'd not be surprised to know, goes beyond just the interests of homeless people. So what I'm trying to get at is, when measured against the impact against the general population, let's say an encampment next to a school, are there any studies you're aware of whether the public health results are positive or negative with the removal of the encampment?
There is no such data that I have seen. I understand what you're bringing up in the point of these conflicting needs for different communities, though I would argue that it is our role in public health to advocate and to take care of those who are most at need.
Right, but not to the exclusion of advocating for everyone else that's included in the definition of public, right?
Of course, of course.
Okay, Ms. Westbrook, thank you so much for your testimony. You are released as a witness, and thank you very much. Folks, we're going to take our lunch break at this time. We will be in recess for 1 hour.
Thank you for your time.
For anyone listening on the public line, I am going to disconnect for that 1 hour lunch break.
We're sorry. Your conference is ending now. Please hang up.
What do you need me to look for?
Just on the bed is the laptop. Just close the laptop. Good to go.